Right, please. He's just emailed me and I'll make a start at the meeting.
Yeah, will do. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Alan. 10 seconds from now, please. Good afternoon and thank you for joining this live planning committee, which is taking place in line with the revised government regulations. Please be aware that this meeting is being recorded. I'm Asha Patel, a Governance Services Officer. Firstly, I'm going to check that all attendees are here. Please can you confirm you're present when I call your name? Starting with committee members, Chair Councillor Harvard.
Present.
Councillor Naeem Akhtar.
Present.
Councillor Pervez Akhtar.
Present.
Councillor Andrews.
Present.
Councillor Bailey. We'll come back to Councillor Bailey. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Lloyd.
Present.
Councillor Mix.
Present.
Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh, are you with us?
Sorry, I'd put myself on mute. Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey, have you managed to join us, please? We'll come back to that then. Officers present at today's meeting are Carolyn Sinclair, Governance Services Officer, Stuart Evans and Remy Aremu, Legal Officers. From Planning, we have Nigel Smith, Tracy Miller, David Butler, Rob Back, Simon Newell, Neil Chaplin, and Jack Hansen. From Highways and Drainage, we have Colin Knight, Greg Payne, Neil Coleman, and Neil Thomas. There are registered speakers who will be joining us at the appropriate time and will be invited to speak by the chair. Their speeches will be timed in line with the public speaking scheme. May I remind everyone to please keep the microphones on mute and the cameras turned off unless you've been invited to speak by the chair. Can members refrain from using the meeting chat facility unless you wish to raise a process matter or are requesting to speak? Invited speakers are asked not to use the chat facility. If you're referring to specific documents, please clearly state which document you're referring to and the page number. I will now hand you over to the chair of the committee, Councillor Harvard. Thank you.
Thank you, Usha, and welcome everybody to this meeting of the Planning Committee. I'll start with a few preliminaries. Again, as Usha has mentioned, the chat facility is purely for use by members of the Planning Committee and by nobody else, and that includes councillors who are not members of the Planning Committee, so the use only by the members of the Planning Committee. Welcome to the invited guests. You will have an opportunity to address the committee and we'll call you at the time that we need you to speak. I also need to mention that Councillor David Welsh, who's the Cabinet Member of the area within which the Planning Committee is situated, is at the meeting. He's here as an observer and we welcome you, David, to the meeting. Can I ask or remind everybody to keep their microphones off and the cameras off until we've invited you to speak. I think that's more or less covered it. So can we begin with the agenda? And Carolyn, have we any apologies?
Chair, we have apologies from Councillor Orlock. Thank you.
Thanks ever so much for that. We now go to item 2, which is declarations of interest. Members, have you any interest to declare? I hear none. So we'll then move on to...
Sorry, Chair. I had my hand up. I wasn't sure how you were quite doing it. I do apologise. I've got. Thanks, Chair. It's in relation to item 5, the application relating to Eastern Green. I need to declare an other relevant interest in respect of this application on the basis that I have assisted with the preparation and submission of the formal objection made by the West Midlands Combined Authority Mayor in respect of this application. Having sought legal advice, Chair, and acting in accordance with the provisions of Section 8.2 of Part 4A of the Constitution. I will not be participating in any discussion or vote taken on this application and will leave the meeting whilst any discussion and voting takes place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that declaration, Alan. Any other declarations? I'll have to look up for where the hands are now. Wouldn't expect that. We then move on to late representations, and I have certainly received them. Members, have you also received them, or is there anybody that hasn't received them? Let me ask that question. I take it that you've all received those then. We then come to the application Eastern, oops, there's not just somebody up there, when I see.
Chair, it was Carolyn. Sorry, can I just remind you to ask about the contacts on planning applications, item 3.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, Carolyn, I missed that one. Yeah, members' declarations on contacts on the application, contacts. Have we got any declarations of contacts?
Yes, Chair. I had a few emails regarding this.
Okay, I'm sure we've all had emails. Gavin?
Yes. The same, please, Chair. We've had the round robin emails, I'm sure.
Yeah. Naeem, same again, is it?
Yes, Chair, Sam. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody that happened? I heard David's voice there.
Yes, same. I've received emails, Chair.
Okay. So I think I've covered everybody in that. And I too have received the same round robins, including, I think, the last one from the Member of Parliament for Coventry North West. So, yes, I'm sure everybody's received the same. Okay, yes.
Sorry, Chair. For the record, can you say who the emails, the round robin emails you refer to, who they were from? Was it the applicant or the objectors?
Not from the applicant.
Not from the applicant.
Not from the applicant. Is that the same for everybody else? Well, is there anybody that's received anything from the applicant?
Not from the applicant, Chair. It's just
Okay.
objectors.
Okay. So I see nobody who's received anything from the applicant. Carolyn?
Thank you for clarifying.
That's okay. So we then move on to the application, which is Eastern Green, south of the A45. When we get to it, we have one petition and we have a number of registered speakers. I'm going to check that they're present. So Councillor Ridley.
Yeah, present, Chair.
Thank you, Gary. Councillor Leopoldovin. We'll come back to Councillor Leopoldovin. Councillor Mail.
Yes, present.
Thank you. Councillor Birdie.
Yes, present.
Councillor Williams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Paul Rowlands. We'll have to come back to Paul Rowlands. Ian Farrar. I see there's a note against Mr. Farrar that if he's not in attendance, his statement can be read. So we have that, I'm sure. Merle Gehring.
I'm here.
Okay. And you're going to be reading a statement for Stephen Cox. Aidan McNamara.
Present.
Thank you. And Steve Hartley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Present.
So we go back then to Councillor Leopoldovin. We don't seem to have Councillor Leopoldovin.
Chair, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. It looks like she is in the meeting. She may be on mute. I'm just trying to check. I have
Okay.
saw her name.
Oh,
And
her hand has gone up now, but she's on mute. Yes.
Okay.
Julia, just speak to me. Well, she's definitely on mute. Maybe she's
Yes.
not at the computer at the
Hello?
moment. Hello,
Hi,
Julia.
Chair, can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So you're here. Okay, as long as we know that. Yeah, thanks.
Fine.
You can put your hand down now then. Thanks. There was one other person that I said we were coming back to, and I think that was Mr. Farrar, Ian Farrar. Okay, but we can read a statement from him. I think that covers everybody. We do also have some letters to be read out. So,
sorry, Chair, before we go any further, Chair, sorry to interrupt. I'm conscious that Councillor Bailey has been trying to join the meeting. He's having some problems. And I'm conscious also that if he doesn't hear all of the speakers in the presentation, he won't be able to take part in any of the meeting. So I wonder if you could give us maybe a couple of minutes to see if we can have some time to allow him to join and try and work out.
Yes, I think that would be the fairest thing to do, Carolyn. Let's have a 2-minute, well, or less.
Thank you. We'll get back to you as soon as we know when he's in the meeting. Thank you.
Just to say to guests, I suppose that the raising hand facility is only for officers or members of the planning committee, but just in case in this 2 minutes, Mr. Merle, you have a question.
Yes, about Paul Rowlands.
Okay.
As of midday today, he had not received an invitation with the link.
Okay, then I'm sure that Carolyn has heard that, and we'll pass that information on anyway. Carolyn, we're told that Paul Rowlands hasn't received the link.
Thank you. Yes, I've noted. He did let me know, and I sent him the link again straight away.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Mill.
Paul Rowlands
is now exiting.
Oh, I thought you were entering. Or maybe he was here by phone and he's coming back by some other method.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
It's Paul Rowlands. I was on dial-in and I could hear everything, but you obviously couldn't hear me. I'm now here, but I will mute myself until such time as you call for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowlands. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, so we're now down looking for Roger Bailey. Roger, are you with us yet? We're bound to get these slight hitches when we're dealing with things as we are having to deal with them at the moment. So please bear with us. It would be a shame if we couldn't have Roger at the meeting. We certainly wouldn't want to deny him the vote. So he's obviously got to be here to listen to the whole thing.
Confirm that IT are currently trying to help Councillor Bailey.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm sure it won't take IT very long at all, so please be patient with us. committee so that we make sure that we've got everybody.
Aaron, did you want me to do that?
Yes, please, Usher, if you don't mind.
Is the countdown again? Sorry, Alan, are we live now? Thank you. Thank you for joining this live planning committee. Apologies for the delay in the live streaming. We had technical issues. We are now back up and running. So I'm just going to confirm the committee members that we have present at the meeting. Starting with the chair, Councillor Harvard.
Present.
Councillor Naeem Akhtar.
Present.
Councillor Pervez Akhtar.
Present.
Councillor Andrews.
Just put it.
Councillor Andrews.
He had to withdraw anyway, I think.
Did, sorry.
Yeah.
Councillor Bailey.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Lloyd.
Present.
Councillor Mix.
Present.
Councillor Skinner.
Present.
And Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh, are you still with us?
Yes, present. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll now hand you over to the chair of the committee, Councillor Harvard.
That's great. Thank you very much, Usher. And once again, to everybody present or watching, sorry about that due to a technical issue, but we did think it's very important to have Roger at the meeting. Okay, so we got to the point of introducing the application, and this is item 5, the application for Eastern Green south of the A45, and we got to the point of getting the solicitor Stuart to read the petition. Stuart.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I shall read the petition. We, the undersigned, call on the council to reject the planning permission for the construction of thousands of homes, warehouses and retail outlets on the green fields of Eastern Green. Application reference. The destruction of many trees, fields and vulnerable ecosystems is at odds with the climate emergency declared by Coventry City Council and threatens to aggravate the existing air quality crisis in the city. This development is significantly bigger than that set out in the local plan and will place an enormous strain on local infrastructure. Therefore, we call upon members of the Planning Committee to reject this inappropriate development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Stuart. Now then turn to the Planning Officer, Nigel, to present the application. Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, councillors. I hope you've all got comfortable seats. I think we might be here for some time this afternoon. As you know, we're here to consider a large development within the Eastern Green Sustainable Urban Extension. The way I intend to approach this is to firstly talk a bit about the allocation itself, followed by explaining where the site fits within it, and then do a kind of aerial tour around the site, pointing out the main features. At that point, I'm going to stop and through the chair, ask whether any members need any clarification on aspects of the site or which bits of land fall within it, that sort of thing. And then I'll talk more about the proposal itself. So, right, 3 years ago in 2017, the area shown on the slide here was taken out of the green belt and allocated for development. That development is known as the Eastern Green Sustainable Urban Extension, and the site was allocated for various types of development, including 2,250 dwellings, 15 hectares of employment land, a major district centre, and 2 elementary primary school, and the allocation also included various other requirements. One of those was for the main access to the site be from a new grade separated junction with the A45. and that's to be operational prior to 250 dwellings being occupied, or the employment land being occupied, or the major district centre being in use. Furthermore, the allocation required publicly accessible green corridors along brooks through the site, which I'll show you on the aerial photography. Also retention of important hedgerows and a moat at Pond Farm. I'll show you where all these features are. Screening is also required to existing residential areas and some buffering to the hamlet of Pickford Green. Right, this slide here, this shows you how the current application fits within the wider SUE, which I'll use the short term. So you can see that this site measures almost 142 hectares in area, which is some 78% of the SUE. And on the right hand side, you can see some sort of coloured lines which indicate the other three areas. There's an area of land up near Pickford Green, which is owned by a different developer. There's a site to the southeast of this application site, promoted by a different developer, and then there's the golf course, which is promoted by a third developer. But as you can see, this application covers the kind of vast majority of the SUE allocation. So there are four aerial slides, one from each, covering each kind of quadrant of the SUE, and I've marked on some kind of key points so members can get the bearings. Because it's such a big sort of site and a big application, obviously it's very important that members are clear, A, what the SUE covers, and also B, how the application site sort of fits within it and how it all kind of fits together. So obviously you can read most of the information on here, but I'm hovering over the golf course at the moment, which, as explained, is within the SUE, but not within the application site. Here we've got the suburb of Allesley Green. I've marked a couple of road names on just for clarity. In the centre of Allesley Green, there's this green swathe of land known as Juniper Park. We'll talk about that a bit more later. But this is the location of where the Pickford Brook, which is this thin blue corridor down here, and this other brook, which is known as Slipperside Brook, converge, and then they flow through Juniper Park through past Woodridge Avenue. Upper Eastern Green Lane here is obviously over to the south of the site. So if we move around to the northwest of the allocation, this slide looks over the A45, so you can see that clearly through the centre of the slide. Brick Hill Lane to the south here, and then, well, sorry, it's to the north, but to the bottom of the slide, and then Pickford Green Lane on the other side of the road, leading through Pickford Green and then up towards Coventry, current outskirts of Coventry. A couple of brown lines on the plan, I've drawn those on clearly, and they indicate the rough locations or alignment of current public rights of way. There's another one to the other side of the A45 near Brick Hill Lane you'll be able to pick up. I've marked on the Pickford Brook as well, just so you can follow its course as it wends its way onto the golf course there. One other thing to note is that this field, or these collection of fields here, are within the SUE, but they're not part of this application site. They're being promoted by a different developer. Here's the Guy Salmon Land Rover dealership for those of you who have got a common feature there, so everyone should be able to recognise where that is. Finally, there's electricity wires. There's two sets of electricity wires, but I've marked on where the one that would retain the larger electricity wires would currently cross the site, because you can't actually see it on the photo, so I've had to kind of mark it on there. Working our way around further towards the southwest, looking here across Pickford Green Lane. say, obviously, here's a junction between Upper Eastern Green Lane, Pickford Green Lane, Church Lane, and Hockley Lane, that many members will be familiar with. As you can see, the application site covers most of the area, but I've marked on the brooks. So this is the brook, which has been referred to as Slipperside Brook. Again, Pickford Brook from the previous slide in this area. Here was the Piper Homes site within the SUE. This is a site currently being promoted by Lagan Homes on this field, also within the SUE. And there's a couple of properties here which are not within the SUE, but it's kind of worth bringing them to your attention. So there's Brook Farm, which is a Grade 2 listed building, and there are 2 detached houses on Pickford Green Lane. I think they're called Elmdene and Wayland from memory, but a couple of detached houses here which are outside of the SUE boundary, and also Pickford House. It's quite an impressive property up near Pickford Green there. So I'll move on to the next slide, if it lets me. Yeah, here we go. So this is towards the southeastern corner of the site, Upper Eastern Green Lane, which turns into Lower Eastern Green Lane, just sort of more or less at the edge of this site here. What we have here is there's a public right of way which is outside the site but links up to Appledore Drive within Alsley Green, which looks out across the application site. There's another Grade 2 listed farmhouse called Barn Farmhouse in this corner as well. And there's an existing farm buildings within the site. You'll note there's they gain access from Upper Eastern Green Lane, and perhaps not very imaginatively, that this access we just call the farm access for obvious reasons. I've got a slide showing what that looks like a bit later on. There is a local wildlife site, notably in this part of the site as well, near the southern boundary, as well as a moated site which has some kind of interesting archaeology on. So they're also within the application site as well as the SUE. Right. So before I go on to talk about the proposal, through you, Chair, can I ask if any members require any clarification about the actual kind of geography of the SUE, or what's on site, or basic questions like that? I mean,
okay,
sure.
Yeah. So, members, are there any technical questions here related to whether or not you understand what is going where? Catherine?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I don't know whether it's technical. I would just like to know where, we've talked about the houses, where they're going to be, but they're talking about other buildings for employment and that. Where are they going to be?
I think that they will be covered, but Nigel.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. I'll come on to the proposal shortly, and
okay, thank you.
It will explain where the various aspects of development would be within the site. So houses, employment, shops, etc., that sort of thing.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Okay, Catherine. I see no other requests for that. So, Nigel, on you go.
Great. We'll move on. Crack on here. Now, this slide has a lot of information on it, and it's really important because the plan it contains is the main parameters plan for the application. So, first things first, the application is an outline application as opposed to a full. So what that means is the developer is seeking to establish the quantum of development that can go on the site, and also whereabouts that development can occur, for the different uses. And fortunately, what we've not got to do is also look at the exact design of all the buildings and where exactly all the buildings are going to go in those development parcels. That information will come forward as a series of reserved matters applications over the next decade and longer. So we just need to concern ourselves with the the general principles of is it okay? Can there be this much, housing, employment, etc. And is it okay in the locations they've proposed, and those kind of issues, and the implications or mitigation required for that. So you'll see there's various colours on this plan, and they've got codes on. So if we look here, we've got these grey areas, and they have EM codes. Now that stands for employment, as we can see in the key. So there are up to 15 hectares of employment land proposed on the site in those 3 particular parcels. And then by employment, we don't mean business offices like Friargate. We're talking about perhaps research and development, but also industrial or warehouse type uses. So that's the type of thing. Aside from that, you'll see most of the parcels are an orange colour, and they have the R prefix for residential. Up to 2,400 dwellings are proposed on just over 61 hectares of the site, average density of 38 dwellings per hectare within those parcels. However, the density of development wouldn't be uniform across perhaps every single parcel or every single part of that parcel. And you can see there are some darker orange sections where some lower density development would be more appropriate, such as closer to the green belt, Pickford Green Lane down here, or where the development abuts existing residential properties, sort of along here at obviously Priestley Green, and also Allesley Green over here at the back of Appledore Drive. Aside from that, there is a district centre proposed, which is, pretty much where my little marker is, and that would be 3 hectares in area, and that would include a supermarket and mainly bulky goods retail. So it's the bigger stuff, and that's deliberately positioned in this location because it has access. We'll talk about the road network later, but it's designed there because it's got easy access off the A45 junction, which is proposed. Also within that district centre, there'd be a transport hub. So that's supposed to be the area where there'd be things like, whether it's bus station or VLR in future, and Highways will talk more about that aspect of it, I'm sure. We have EC here, stands for extra care, so housing mainly for older people who might need a bit of care. I mean, the properties may be sort of self-contained or independent, but there'd be sort of care on site or communal facilities. So that's some sort of specialist housing in that location. Down here, PS stands for primary school. That we have 2.7 hectares of land earmarked for primary school, and it includes this hatched area here. The pure purple bit is 1.8 hectares, and then 0.9 covered by this hatched area. And then LC stands for local centre, so smaller shops, and also doctors stroke community room. So that would be there. What else have we got on here? Yeah, members will notice that there's a broken blue line here, which leads off ultimately from the district centre, comes down, crosses the brook, and then it leads off towards the eastern boundary of the site where it adjoins Juniper Park that we saw or pointed out in the aerial photography to start with. I'll talk more about that later, but I'll point that out to you. There are lots of yellow dots. They're children's play areas, and the primary road network is indicated by these white and grey lines. So the white line is the grade separated junction with the A45, various bits associated with it, and members will recall that that's the area covered by the application that came to members back in around May this year. So that is the location or the alignment of that is basically fixed. These grey areas here are also primary road network. They could vary by a few metres either side, depending on the best kind of configuration and layout of the various development parcels. But it would broadly travel around in this sort of location, etc. AL stands for allotments, by the way, for those who are wondering what that stands for there. There's a set of allotments by Pickford Green, and there's also a set of allotments right down in the southeastern corner of the site as well. The only other thing on here are the junctions are numbered. So we've got number 1, 2, both part of the grade separated junction. Number 3, which after this we'll refer to as Pickford Green Lane North, and number 4, Pickford Green Lane South. I'll move on from that. Right, almost as important as that, we've got the green infrastructure. Now, nearly 40% of the site would be left undeveloped, some 55 hectares. There are quite a few different aspects to this, and I know there's a lot of words on the slide. But if I summarise the main sort of aspects of it, there's some native structure planting in this area to screen employment buildings from Pickford Green. I'll talk about the widths of those buffers later on. There's an area of sports pitches, informal in terms of football pitches and cricket pitch, kind of fairly centrally located. There are brook corridors, so this along the Slipperside Brook, and including a sort of wider area for referred to as community park along here, and also the brook corridor along Pickford Brook is also to be retained as green infrastructure. Along the local wildlife site called Pond Farm Pastures and the moated area, which I pointed to earlier, that they're also to be retained open, so they won't be built on. There would be landscape buffering around the edge of the site, so the south and the east. It's some sort of 16 metres in depth, although you'd be forgiven for thinking it was smaller than that on this scale. There are what are referred to as greenways in the application. They're basically using the existing hedgerow structure and field network to define the development parcels. So the idea is the development will sort of face towards these, give them a bit of breathing space. So then you'd have sort of footpath or cycle routes following these sides of these hedgerows, and there should be attractive green features. So that's the purpose of that, and you can see there's quite a few of them. In fact, a lot of the hedgerows have been retained. I've put a few of the figures up here, anticipating that some members might want sort of exact figures. In terms of the hedgerows, over 80% would be retained, including 95%, which qualify as important. Now, all hedgerows are good to keep, but the important ones are obviously, by the name suggests, especially important. In terms of how they qualify as important, it's to do with sort of how many native species there are within certain meterage of a hedgerow and various other sort of technical factors that I'm not quite so au fait with. Trees, there are 15 veteran trees on site. They're all being kept. On the site overall, there are 204 individual trees and 47 groups, and of those, only 16 out of the 204 individual trees would go, and only 4 groups and 8 partial groups out of the 47 would go. So that's probably it's over 90% of the tree stock being retained on site. So if you think about the amount of development on site, it's quite a remarkable high number, actually. The one thing I forgot to point out, that there's a bit of orchard planting proposed at the back of that'll be Juniper Drive, actually, there, next to a play area to the east of the site. Moving on, buffers to the development. So these are essentially the gaps between the development parcels and and the edge of the site at different points. There is proposed to be a 16-metre buffer all the way along the south and east, as I mentioned. There is proposed to be 30 metres going down to 20 metres up around Pickford Green from the employment parcel. There is also proposed to be 20 metres between a couple of existing houses on the A45. The nearest one's called the Chase. So 20-metre gap there between the employment parcel and that house. And there'd also be 20 metres to the side of parcels R8 and R7 and Pickford Green Lane. So quite a substantial buffer there along the back of Pickford Green Lane. And although you'd never pick it up on the green infrastructure plan on the slide before at that scale, what is proposed is a kind of active trail or trim track or whatever you want to call it, which would run around the outside. So around the outside of the development, you'd have kind of hedgerow or native tree planting, shrub planting, then a bit of grass with kind of mown tracking. So the idea is you'd have a run or walk, whatever, somewhere walk the dog or run, whatever you want to do, leading more or less all the way around at least the residential part of the development, and then also along Pickford Brook as well. So that's that. Right, this, as the slide states, is the height parameters for the development. This would be an approved plan as well. So any development would need to accord with this in the future, any reserve matters. This shows that the vast majority of residential development would be limited to a maximum of 2.5 stories in height, but the edges, or the sensitive edges, I should say, of those parcels would be limited to no more than a conventional 2-story. It's partly to protect the amenity of existing residents, as well as the buffer, and also to protect I suppose, scale down the development as it integrates with the green belt to the far side of Pickford Green Lane. And the non-residential aspects, 3-story for primary school or 12 metres high, I should say, because it might not necessarily be 3-story, it might be a sports hall, for instance. 12 metres high primary school and local centre, 16 metres max height for the extra care and district centre. Quite common for extra care to be 4 stories in height at 3 metres a story. Sorry, 4 metres a story. So that kind of makes sense for that development. Employment areas. Originally, this came in at a 24 metres height maximum. We said that was too high, and we got agreement from the applicant that the maximum height, and I stress it's a maximum, doesn't mean every building would be this high, would be up to 18 metres in this dark purple area, more centrally located, but it would be 15 everywhere else, and obviously even lower under the electricity wires for safety reasons, no more than 10 metres high there. So that's the heights. In terms of, obviously, this is a very large development. It's not all going to be built at once. There won't be development going on all over the site all at the same time. Development will be spread out over, well over a decade. So the issue of phasing has to be considered. And logically, the first phase would be accessed from Pickford Green Lane, because at that point, if reserve matters are sent in and approved, at that point, the grade separated junction wouldn't be fully open and operational. So the first phase is earmarked for up to 250 dwellings to be accessed from Pickford Green Lane. Following that, no more than 250 dwellings could be occupied until the grade separated junction is fully up and running. So phase 2 is positioned between phase 1 and the junction, so the link can be made so that any dwellings, obviously including those in phase 1, can access and exit the site via the junction. At that point, a public transport link would also be provided to Pickford Green Lane. The Pickford Green Lane North junction I mentioned, but that wouldn't be for all modes of transport. That would just be for public transport and pedestrians and cycles. You can see there then that phase 3 kind of encompasses the area that also has the district centre and extra care in. Phase 4, the school, local centre, and then phases 5, 6 and 7 kind of fill in the gaps there. Right, sorry about all the writing on this screen, but I thought of putting a picture in the middle, but I neglected to in the end. There's a lot of information here. This relates to the Section 106 obligation, or in other words, the works required to mitigate the impact of the development. I've done it in 2 columns. One on the left is the financial contributions of all ilk. So that could relate to highways, as half of them do, or it could relate to biodiversity offsetting, drainage, education, healthcare, all manner of things. On the right, non-financial, so affordable housing, various other obligations that don't relate to money, but things that we need the developer to do. So on taking the left-hand column first, financial, it's listed in terms of piece of infrastructure, the applicant's contribution, financial contribution towards that, and then a column which is entitled apportionment. Apportionment, I've put a little definition down here, my definition, is just a way in which the cost of a piece of infrastructure is shared across all the developers in the SUE, because it's not fair that one developer should pay for it all, for instance, just because they're, put the first application in, or because they're the biggest. I mean, this application, as you may recall from earlier, it covers 78% of the SUE area. So a lot of the contributions under highways say 78%, because the other developers would be expected to pay the other 22. There are a lot of these columns where you'll see the word apportionment no. But what I'll do is I'll take a couple of examples down here, just to kind of make it clear what's what. So the first line, we've got acute accident and emergency healthcare. So this follows a request from the NHS Hospital Trust. As is their standard practice, they request funding for acute accident and emergency healthcare to cover a funding shortfall that can't be. It's impossible to fund any other way, and only arises because of a development for its sort of in-year sort of trips to the hospital. The contribution is, say, just over £1.2 million, and under apportionment simply says no. Now that doesn't mean the other developers in the SUE aren't going to pay towards acute accident and emergency healthcare. All it means is that it's not a piece of SUE infrastructure. So the developers, say the golf course, would also have to pay a contribution towards this, and so would, say, what the sites which are currently being proposed by Lagan Homes and Piper Homes. We go to the next slide. On-site primary care stroke community facility, i.e. the doctors in the local centre. Applicant contribution £2 million. Apportionment 65% plus the land. So that is pretty much as it says in the tin. The applicant would pay 65% of the overall cost of the on-site facility. So the on-site facility cost is just over £3 million. So the applicant would contribute £2 million towards it. But they're also providing the land for that, 0.15 hectares within the local centre. So it's less than 78% in pure financial terms, but when you add the land in, it's a pretty good deal, to be fair. Then if we look at on-site primary and early years education contribution, so this is the primary school, the applicant would not only give the land for that, they would also pay £7 million in financial contribution towards it. 78% of the £9 million cost. The other SUE developers would be expected to pay the other 2 million, which is the other 22%. I won't go through them all because I'm sure you get the idea by now. But you can see down there there's a lot of contributions involved. What we got here, off-site education, secondary school and sixth form contribution, nearly £11 million there. Because obviously secondary school isn't being built on site, so this would expand other ones within the area of the city or the right catchment area. A portion, no. Again, doesn't mean the other SUE developers won't be paying towards secondary schools, but it's not a kind of SUE piece of infrastructure, so to speak. So they'll just pay as per the request from education on a similar basis. Only one other one I'll point out. I won't go through the highway ones particularly because highways are going to do a bit of talking themselves. On here we've got something entitled Public Leisure Development, just over £2.1 million. This is the figure arises from analysis by Sport England's cost facility calculator, and it works out the likely demand for sport facilities by new population. So in this case, they can put in population of 2,400 people, and you can work out what facilities are required in terms of things like swimming pools, sports halls, that kind of thing. And in terms of sports hall, swimming pools, it comes to this figure. And within within our council's sports facilities strategy and aquatic strategies, etc., it's been earmarked that there'll be a need in the future to build a public leisure development within this quadrant of the city. The location isn't specified yet, but it would have to be in this quadrant of the city because, as members will be aware, in the northeast we've got the AT7 Centre, southeast we've got Alan Higgs, southwest we've got Excel, and in the city centre we've got Wave. So there's a gap here. So with development at Eastern Green and Kersley, there's obviously considerable population there, and it's considered that they'd need something else to serve this part of the city. So that's what that's all about. Our non-financial, 25% affordable housing as per policy, so completely accords with our policy. 15% being social affordable rent, 10% other intermediate tenures such as affordable home ownership, like could be shared ownership or it could be discount market sale, and there's a few other little models as well. Other obligations, in the event that the clinical commissioning group decide to construct their doctors, well, not construct the doctors facility, if they decide to take the contribution towards healthcare, I referred to in terms of primary care, and they decide to use that at off-site facilities to expand existing doctors, we hope they don't, but it is their choice, then what will happen is the developer would construct a community facility or community room within the local centre at their own expense. So come what may, there will be a community room on the site. There are other obligations as well, such as marketing the local centre, district centre, etc., for over a decade, and providing the infrastructure to those sites in good time. So that infrastructure, not just access, it's services, so it could be water, gas, electric, but also broadband. So they'd have to provide all of that for, free of charge or for £1 nominal fee, so that those sites can be brought forward in good order. They'll also have to employ a site-wide travel plan manager for at least a decade. Their job would be to make sure that the various travel plans are implemented and to, well, essentially get people out of their cars if possible. So that's the idea with them. They would also establish a car club from the occupation of the 25th dwelling on the site. and they would have to financially support that car club again for a decade unless it becomes viable beforehand. So that's quite a commitment as well. Members may recall that the broken blue line I pointed out that went to the eastern boundary of the site by Juniper Park. There's an obligation that the applicant would build a busway and cycleway come to it within the site up to that eastern boundary if a link for public transport through Juniper Park comes forward and receives planning permission. Again, mention that a bit later as well. The overall financial contribution listed in this table for the development comes to £50 million. I think it's 50.3. So it's a huge sum of money. We'll move on. Get this to move. Giving up on me. Yep, here we go. All I do, I'm not going to talk about the sort of technical highway aspects, but I'll just point out the main junctions essentially, and a couple of photos of where they are. This is the grade separated junction with the A45 as approved under planning permission reference earlier this year. So I won't talk any more about that one. There are the two axes on Pickford Green Lane, north and south, either side of Brook Farmhouse, which is alongside the Slipperside Brook. Got a picture of both of in a sec. Here we go, Pickford Green Lane south. The arrows, please don't take it as gospel, it's in that exact location per metre, but it gives you an indication of where the access would be. The slide I'm hovering over at the moment is obviously looking south with the access to this side, vice versa on this one. And you can see on here, the access would be in between Brook Farmhouse and the other two houses remaining outside the SUE on Pickford Green Lane. Pickford Green Lane North, the proposed public transport access to Pickford Green Lane. Again, same deal with the arrows, left on there, right on there. Aerial photo shows you where it would be. The easiest way to work out where the access would be here is because it would be more or less underneath the overhead wires. So on this photo, you can see the electricity wires here, and they go across Pickford Green Lane. The access would pretty much be under them. You can't quite make it out in the aerial photo, but trust me, they come across about there. Nearly done. Right, southeast of the site, there are a couple of pedestrian stroke cycle accesses. There's public right-of-way, which comes out here between a couple of houses on Upper Eastern Green Lane. There is also the farm access, if you remember me mentioning it before. Again, you've got a typical kind of field gate stroke farm access there between a couple of houses. Obviously, a lot wider than this access, and this would be for cycles as well as for pedestrians, not for cars. Now, I mentioned Juniper Park a few times. I'm sure highways will as well, and members may do. I'm sure public speakers will. It's this area of land here in the suburb of Horsley Green. If one looks at this drawing here, you'll see where the blue line stops. That equates to about this location where I'm laser pointer's hovering at the moment. And there'll be a future planning application from Coventry City Council Highway Department to provide a public transport link from that point. And I'm deliberately not going to go in the exact route to get across to Woodridge Avenue. And there'll be a planning application to seek permission for that extra link there in the future. I say just for public transport, not proposed to be for general use by anybody for that matter. Right, with that, I'll hand over to Greg in Highways.
Yeah, hang on.
Sorry, Chair. I need to go back to yourself and ask if members have questions, don't I?
Indeed. Technical questions, purely technical questions on that part of the presentation. David, you wanted to answer one.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm grateful to Mr. Smith. It's a very, very comprehensive roundup. Could you please just go back over the district centre and local centre, what one is doing which the other one is not, and vice versa? And could he just, he referred to a car club. I'm not quite clear what that is. Thank you.
Nigel.
Yes, certainly. District centre. Well, district centre, local centre are both sort of commercial areas, predominantly with shops, albeit that they often have many other community uses within them. So the district centre would, and I'll flip back on the slide if I can, although I'm hesitant to do it because I have to flip back quite a few. But it's probably worth doing to, there we go. I'll go back to that phasing one. District centre would have larger buildings in, so it would have a superstore and mainly what we term bulky goods retail. Bulky goods could be white goods, you know, like your washing machines, etc., cookers, that kind of thing. Could be floor coverings, carpet shops, furniture stores, those kind of things. So bigger shops. Whereas the local centre is more for your things like, I don't know, say hairdressers, or you know, the sort of place you're going to go and get a pint of milk, that kind of thing. So that's the main difference. You'll see the district centre is much bigger because it has a bigger floor take, and would also contain what we call the transport hub for the site, whereas the local centre is also earmarked to take the doctors' stroke community room as well. So hopefully that explains the difference. So one's for the bigger stuff and one is for the smaller stuff. It doesn't mean you won't be able to get, obviously, you know, a pint of milk, or it doesn't mean there definitely won't be a hairdressers or something at the district centre, but it's just kind of geared up for the, you know, to help deliver the larger scale items, which is part of the allocation itself, because the allocation for retail on this site does specify 5,000 square metres of superstore and 4,000 square metres of bulky goods. So it's to comply with that policy. The other question, I'm trying to remember, that was the
car club.
Oh yes, car club. I won't go into massive amounts of detail about this because it's probably more appropriate for highways to do so. In fact, can I leave that to, if it's okay, can I leave that to highways to pick up when they do their presentation, because I'm sure it will be on one of their slides if that's appropriate.
Seems very sensible there. David, remembering that the car club is going to be dealt with by Greg, are you happy that you now understand the technical aspects of the first question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm very grateful to Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Okay, Naeem.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of points for Nigel to clarify. The one is around sport pitches. You mentioned in one of your slides that there will be a football and cricket pitch. Although in your report, Sports England has raised concern about lack of sporting facilities in this development. Can you clarify that there will be definitely some sort of sports facilities available in this development? And the second one is around the medical center. You did mention that a community hall or a medical hall. Can you please confirm that there will be a doctor surgery? Because if you are going to approve 2,400 dwelling, there should be a medical facility, a doctor surgery in there.
I think, Naeem, before you go on to your third point, Nigel made it clear that a provision is there for a doctor's surgery, but it will be up to doctors whether or not to have that, or whether to take it off-site and expand their original things. It's up to them, not us.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the third one is around the affordable housing. The 15% will be affordable, and the 10% is immediate.
You're breaking up slightly, Naeem.
Can you please explain what is I think it's the line, the protocol. I mean, this time, I think it's the internet connection, Chair. But what is the 10%? 15% is for the affordable housing, but the other 10%, what is that for? Can you please clarify?
Yes, certainly, with pleasure. Taking the first point first about sports pitches facilities, you may notice on the late item sheet that Sport England have confirmed that they do not object to the development, subject to the mitigation in the section 106, as well as the on-site pitches being provided. On-site, there would be I think it's between 3.5 and 4 hectares of pitches provided. So that would be football pitches and a cricket pitch, essentially. Off-site, there are obligations to provide not only the public leisure development, which is essentially a swimming pool and sports halls, but also there's an obligation there agreed with the applicant to provide money towards off-site rugby / hockey pitches and changing facilities as well. So all of that combined means Sport England do not object to the application. So there'll be plenty of sporting provision, both sort of on-site and off-site. Affordable housing, 10%. All of the 25% of, or 25% of the dwellings would be affordable housing. I suppose that's the first point. 50, that's broken down in terms of 3/5 of that. So 15 of the, so 60% of the 25%, if I can term it that way, i.e. 15% of the dwellings, would be what we call social or affordable rent. So that's one of the tenures of affordable housing. There are various other tenures, such as shared ownership, where people own part of the property and rent part of it. There are others such as discounted rent or discounted market sale, where houses are sold or rented at a significant discount to the open market and have to be continued to be sold as that in perpetuity. So the first owner can't just sort of get the house for cheap and then just sell it a year later and get market value. So they do remain as affordable housing products. Okay.
Is that okay, Naeem?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. David, if you could take your hand down, I presume.
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Catherine.
Since we've gone into, I know this is an outline application, but Nigel has gone into great detail over the 106 obligations. And it's also mentioned in there, in our plans, about Vanderbuck Road and the fact that land that was put aside to have a primary school didn't materialise. Unfortunately, the same happened over at New Century Park.
Catherine, this is only for technical questions.
Yeah, well, I just want to know the obligations that you're stating for the 106, which we've gone into great detail. Would, if they don't materialise for the extra care, warehouse and schools, will that revert back to developers?
Yeah, I can answer that one. Chair, would you like me to answer that one now or deal with it in the... Yep, okay.
Thank you.
Right, so the obligations as regards the... Well, quick answer. In terms of the doctors to start with, the obligation for the developer is to set aside 0.15 hectares of land within the local centre for the development of doctors stroke community hall. They have an obligation have agreed an obligation, it's not just been imposed on them, to also provide £2 million worth of funding to help fund the construction of that facility. They also have an obligation to offer that land to the clinical commissioning group, the CCG. It's up to the CCG to decide whether they want to build the facility on that land. It's not up to the developer and it's not up to the council. Obviously, we all hope that they say, yes, we'd like to build it on the site. If the CCG say, no, we don't want to build the facility on the site, then there's the obligation reverts to provide the developer to provide a contribution to the CCG, and it's less than 2 million. It's about 1.25 million for the CCG to then fund extensions to existing surgeries within 3 kilometres of the site. Aside from that, appreciate this is a bit long-winded, even though it's the short answer. The developer would have to then construct a community room on the site in the local centre at their own expense. So that's the doctors. Regards the school, the obligations for the developer is to provide the land, safeguard the land, etc. Offer the land to the council, to the education department. It's then for the education department to say, yes, we'd like that land, and take it on. I would say that this is a very different situation to Banner Brook, because we're all aware of what happened at Banner Brook, where land was set aside and there was an obligation for a developer to offer the land to the council and or keep the land free for a school, and it didn't happen. In this situation, what we've got is not only the land, but the developers also paying for the construction of the school. So for the education department to turn around and say, we're not going to build a school, we're going to turn down your land and we're going to turn down your £7 million to build the thing, is inconceivable. And I'd perhaps even go further and say that as the decision rests with the council, it may even be within members, not talking planning committee, but members' gift to force the answer to be yes when the offer comes forward from the developer. So I could say with fair amount of certainty that the school will be built on the site. The health facility, I can't be so bullish about, because the decision doesn't rest with the council. Hopefully that clarifies it a bit for you.
Catherine, have your technical questions been answered?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nigel.
Okay, cheers. So we go then on to, I think this is right, Nigel, on to traffic matters and Greg.
Yeah, I'm stopping control of the presentation.
And I presume Greg will emerge.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I am here. I'm just waiting to get control of the presentation.
Greg, can you request control, because it's not letting me give you control?
I'll request it again, Tracy, yes.
Thank you. You should have control now, Greg.
Yeah, I have. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, thank you, Chair. What I'm going to do is run through the transport and highways side of the application. a few slides and some details around those slides. I think starting off with the traffic assessment modelling, the applicant has completed a comprehensive transport assessment for the site. This has been thoroughly assessed by Coventry City Council Highways officers and is deemed acceptable in highway terms. Air quality modelling was also undertaken, and this demonstrated that the impact of the proposed development would be negligible. The development and its impacts were assessed using the Coventry Area Strategic Model, the CASM strategic model as it's referred to, which was previously used to assess the Coventry local plan and the infrastructure requirements. And that modelling contained all the committed developments and the local plan allocations within that assessment. And the assessment was based on the impact of 3,495 dwellings, which covers the entire SUE, not just the dwelling allocation for this particular application. And also included in that assessment model was the requirement for a 19% modal shift, a 19% reduction in the use of private cars by the time that the site was fully developed. Through that assessment, all the local junctions were assessed through the transport assessment, and they're the ones that are shown on the map on the right, the numbered locations. And all the transport assessment predicted that all those junctions operated with spare capacity with the introduction of the development in 2034, with the exception of the A45, A4114 Pickford Way roundabout, which is number 10 here. And for that development, there has been a scheme designed to increase the capacity at that junction to take account of the development, and the applicant is making a £800,000 Section 106 contribution to that scheme at that particular location. So moving on to the next slide when it flicks over. There we go. Moving on to Pickford Green Lane, which Nigel mentioned as being the secondary access into the SUE site. And if the plan on the left, the access, the particular junction I'm talking about is marked as number 4 on the plan at this location. And as Nigel demonstrated earlier, that's the on the photograph, that's the location of the access into the site on the current layout of the road. The secondary exit from the development, the secondary exit from the development onto Pickford Green Lane will be a signalised junction, and the volume of traffic using that particular junction will be restricted through the operation of those signals. And the level of the traffic that using that junction to leave the SUE will be restricted at a level, so to mitigate the impact on the impact of the development on the local road network and the junctions to the south of the development. That particular junction will be under the control of Coventry City Council through our Urban Traffic Control Centre. So the operation will be amended to address prevailing traffic conditions in the area. We'll also monitor the traffic activity in that area and at sort of the other junctions to the south of that junction to ensure that it's operated in a way to minimise impact on the local road network. There are also proposals to traffic calm the Pickford Green Lane, and the developer is making a £150,000 contribution to that traffic calming proposals on Pickford Green Lane. They are there to reduce traffic speeds, increase road safety along that section of the road, but they're also there to make it a less attractive route for people exiting and accessing accessing and exiting the site, and encourage residents to use the main A45 junction to access the development. So moving on to the next slide. As Nigel mentioned earlier, there are a large number of Section 106 contributions to the highways and transportations element of the development, and these are there primarily to mitigate the impact of the development through a range of sustainable transport measures. The objective of these sustainable transport measures is to reduce the reliance on the use of private car and make it easier for residents to make informed alternative travel choices to help achieve the required modal shift away from private journeys. So the main elements of those sustainable transport measures are firstly the development of a Firstly, the development of a Eastern Green to the Coventry City Centre cycleway, which is shown as the blue line running out to the west of the development, which will be a high-quality segregated cycle route running directly into the city centre. Secondly, there will be a cycle route which will run from the development down through to the Tile Hill station, so there's connectivity for a sustainable transport option down to the station from the development. There'll also be a direct busway through the site, which will run from the A45 through the site and then back out through Juniper Park, and that will allow the route of the X1 bus service to be directed through the site to provide a direct bus service into the centre of Coventry. And also linked to that is money that's being provided to increase the bus frequency on that route. The next element of the sustainable transport measures is around the setting up of a demand responsive transport system, which is a more tailored bus service, which will allow residents a more tailored and convenient bus journey into the city centre or to other locations. And this will be a system where people can use an app to book bus journeys, and that they can be picked up through that process and timed in a more convenient way for users. That will be especially useful to assist with the travel arrangements for disabled people, families with young children and people with special needs, providing a much more tailored bus service. Next element is around car club that Councillor Skinner referred to. The e-car club will give people the opportunity to hire cars through that system, so there'll be cars available for hire. That will allow people who either don't want to own a car full time and want to make alternative travel choices for most of the time, but on the odd occasion they do need a car. It could be hired through that club, or it may be where people have a single car but on occasions do need a second car but don't want to own that car personally. So there'll be an option for them to do that through that car club facility. I think, as Nigel also mentioned, there will be a transport hub which will sit in the central district centre location. Within that transport hub will contain the main public transport stops, taxi pickup points, electric charging points, and the car club will be located at that point. Also within the transport hub, there will be access to travel planning resources and assistance to assist residents with journey planning and travel choices. The transport hub will also include office space and meeting facilities to allow residents to work remotely from the hub without the need to travel off-site from the development. This is viewed as an important inclusion given the changing working patterns that are emerging due to the COVID epidemic. Next element of the sustainable travel measures is around mobility credits, and this is a fund that's being provided through a Section 106 contribution, and this will amount to £875 per dwelling, which will be available for the residents of that dwelling to spend on sustainable travel modes. So the things that have been described around bus journeys, the e-car club, potentially hiring of e-bikes and e-scooters will all be included in that. That amount of money is there to encourage people to look at alternative travel options from the public car to move forward with the sustainable transport options. And the final one on that list is the Sustainable Travel Fund, which is a sum of money that is being provided through the Section 106 contributions of £3.95 million. That fund will be available to pay for additional measures to ensure that the required modal shift is met. So things that feed into that modal shift measures, they may well be additional infrastructure measures such as bus facilities or cycleways, or they may be the sort of softer measures around the provision or the extension of the mobility credits to fit into the wider modal shift approaches. And that is the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Greg. So at this point, just ask, are there any technical questions only that members want to ask Greg? Okay, I was just going to say I can't see anyone when a hand pops up, but I'm just seeing, and it is Pervez. A technical question, Pervez.
Chair, I'm not sure whether it's technical, but I'll just ask if you let Craig decide whether it's technical or not.
I will decide.
Okay, Chair, that will be even better. This modal shift, you say 17 to 19%. On what basis, or is there any example you can give any other town or area which seen that kind of shift?
That's not a technical question. As it happens, Pervez, it's exactly the same question that I wrote down and I'm going to pick up, but we'll leave that for questions at the end. Yeah.
Okay.
David.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Payne for his explanation of Car Club. I've learned something new every day. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Can you put your hand down now, David, then? So I see no other hands going up. That's fantastic, thank you. So now we move on then to the point where we bring speakers in, and we start straight away now, I suppose, with the petition that we have from Councillor Ridley. Gary, are you with us?
I am indeed, Chair.
Okay. Gary, you've got 5 minutes, and we will, as you know, time it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, along with many others, I'm here today to oppose this planning application. In doing so, I represent a significant number of people who have signed the petition before you. I'm conscious that it's a long meeting and we've got other speakers, so in an attempt to induce brevity, I have produced a short written statement, which I will now read out for the committee. Let me start by addressing the elephant in the room. I have for some time campaigned for review of the local plan. Like many others here today, I want to see a brownfield first approach to development. However, I recognise that the role of Planning Committee is to interpret existing policy and rule on the suitability of applications based on that policy. So I will restrict my comments today and only provide material planning reasons why you should reject this application, and there are many. As I set out in my formal application, I believe the application is contrary to Policy DS4 Part A, Sections 6, 7, 10 and 11, and also Policy DS3. So let me begin with Policy DS4. Although this planning application contains fewer houses than the earlier submission, there are still significantly more dwellings than originally envisaged when the local plan was approved. Despite this, the application has failed to demonstrate how the transport infrastructure envisaged will cope with the extra demands placed upon it. So I believe it is contrary to Section 6 of Policy DS4. The entire transportation strategy seems to be based on minimising car trips. Although I welcome this approach, we must accept that many people will still continue to own a car, even if they leave it at home a lot of the time. It is also highly likely that people will use their cars to visit friends and family living on the new development. So a failure to plan for realistic car usage could lead to a range of problems. Narrow carriageways, tight junctions, and the deliberate construction of pinch points could create parking and accessibility issues for new residents. The application suggests we could see spaces that are not well integrated into the development, contributing to excessive on-street parking and the obstruction of the highway. It is therefore disappointing that this development could simply repeat the mistakes made on other new build estates, such as Bannerbrook Park. Based on these concerns, I believe the plans presented here are unrealistic and the plan does not provide appropriate levels of car parking in contravention of Section 7 of Policy DS4. I will now turn to my objections under Section 10 and 11 of DS4. Despite assurances from developers that local biodiversity would be respected with a green buffer, there are now plans to put a bus lane through a local park, which is a feature of the historic environment, so much so that residents wanted it to become a village green. Let's be clear, this proposal will tear through an area of significant amenity for local people with enormous consequences for the natural environment and biodiversity. It appears to have been included at the insistence of council officers, making it especially ironic given that the council's current leader came to power on a promise of removing every bus lane in the city. Finally, I hope we can all agree that we need to address climate change. This is enshrined in law and applies here through the National Planning Policy Framework 2018. It identified a need to plan for developments in a way that reduces greenhouse gas emissions and is reflected in Policy DS3 of the local plan. Yet this proposal does not do that. In fact, this is recognised by the developers themselves. The health impact assessment states, and I quote, "Notwithstanding the above measures, by virtue of increased transport movements and energy use at the site, there will be some contribution to climate change as a result of the proposed development." Colleagues, I invite you to consider the full implications of this statement. It is a full admission by the developers that their own planning application is at odds with NPPF 2018 and Policy DS3 of the local plan. In conclusion, there is a clear recommendation for officers today, so I understand you may feel uneasy departing from that. But let me be clear, this is a decision which will affect us forever. Once the Greenbelt is gone, it is gone forever. So if you're not sure what to do, then do nothing. If you feel that you can't vote against this application, but are uneasy with supporting it, then I urge you to defer consideration of this item until a site visit is possible. When the time comes to explain to our grandchildren why there are no fields to play in or trees to climb, my conscience is clear that I did everything I could to save them. I ask you to imagine how you will address that conversation if you vote to approve this application today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Gary. We now move on to Councillor Lepoidovan. Julia, you've got 5 minutes.
Right. Thank you, Chair. In raising objections to this planning application before you today, and in support of Woodlands and Bablake Ward residents, I firstly need to raise that in 2017, after this land was removed from the Green Belt, the figures were then for 2,250 homes in the local plan. Today, the application before you is for 2,400 homes. And in addition to this planning application, there will be others coming to committee shortly for close to 600. There is also nearby building taking place, which will take the total number of new homes in this area to close to 3,200. That is close to an additional 950 homes. There's been a clear dispute about the ONS projections and the projected growth for the city. And if Coventry's population growth has been overstated by 60,000, this will make a huge difference to the number of homes needed in future. Local councillors who know this community well have been calling for a review of this local plan, which should take place in March 2021. The decision to delay this review to December 22 is a disservice to the residents that will be affected mostly by this planning application. You have seen petitions signed by almost 7,000 people. To ignore this is a grave error. By allowing this application to come to committee before the decision to delay the review has come to Cabinet shows the contempt that this Labour Council shows to residents living in Woodlands and Bablake Ward. There have been significant changes in Coventry since the plan was adopted. The impact of COVID-19, the longer term consequences need to be considered and the future projections looked at again to take into consideration the future positive impact of remote working is having on the city and the type of homes needed for the future. We have seen a huge surge in home working, with many companies making decisions to permanently reduce the need for office space. This could eventually lead to companies sharing buildings and office space, leaving Coventry with large empty buildings. In addition to this, our universities are seeing a reduction in student numbers. This will leave accommodation vacant. We have no idea yet what the long-term impact will be on the city. I firmly believe that we need a detailed strategic housing needs assessment before any major development is approved, so we have the right type of homes in the right places and at a ward level. From a highways perspective, the A45 is currently already a very busy road, and when there are problems on the M6 and traffic is redirected onto it, it makes it a nightmare for local residents. If all the proposed building takes place in Easton Green and Kings Hill, I question how the A45 will cope, let alone the pressure on traffic on existing roads in and out of the city. To propose openings of 2 new roads in Pickford Green Lane will add to pressure to traffic to Hockley Lane, Easton Green Lane and Broad Lane. Planners have already stated a new primary school and medical facilities. Can I remind Planning Committee this was promised to at the Bannerbrook Park development? There are now 90 new homes being built on the school site and no medical facilities, over 1,000 homes on this site, adding further pressure. I am asking committee today to consider the following in coming to your decision. The ONS numbers and waiting the result of the complaint to the UK Statistics Authority, pressure to existing roads, the long-term impact of COVID-19 and what impact this will have on what we require in the future, a strategic housing needs assessment, That is why I'm asking the committee today to defer this planning application and to reinstate a review of the local plan so that significant changes and future need can be taken into account in March 2021. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Julia. Now then move on to Councillor Mail. Peter, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief today, as I do not wish to repeat any of the points that have already been made. However, it is incumbent upon me as a Woodlands Ward councillor to highlight the absurdity of the proposals being considered here today. Chair, all of us present know that the ONS population growth figures upon which the local plan is predicated are inaccurate and are not a fair reflection of likely population growth over the next decade here in Coventry. Chair, we also know that the Labour-led council has significant flexibility in how it chooses to implement the local plan. The Conservative group have consistently held a two-pronged position to housing development in Coventry. Firstly, that the council adopt a brownfield first approach, and secondly, that a phased approach to land release be employed. Both approaches have been rejected by the ruling Labour group in their determination to steamroller public opinion. Chair, the SUE being considered here today at Eastern Green will bring traffic chaos to an already overburdened road network. It will devastate a beautiful natural landscape, a precious resource for many of us during the recent lockdown period. It will put intolerable pressure on public services, and it will bring large-scale disruption to the lives of Woodlands Ward residents. Chair, I will highlight one example contained within this application today of the determination by this council to ride roughshod over the opinion of tax-paying residents in Woodlands Ward, although there are many others that I could quote. The proposed bus and I hasten to add VLR route that I don't think was mentioned in the presentation earlier, that will be driven through Juniper Park off Woodridge Avenue, is a perfect example of the determination of this council to fly in the face of public opinion. It is not necessary to access this site via Juniper Park. Other suitable access points are available. But sadly, the quality of life for existing residents appears to be a price worth paying for this ill-conceived development. In conclusion, Chair, I cannot see how any planning committee member can approve this application today in good conscience. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Peter. Now then move on to Councillor Birdie. Jaswant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I put forward my objection case to your committee relating the planning application being heard today appearing on planning portal in the year 2018. There has been huge opposition to this invasion on the green belt from Emeralds, parish councils and thousands of residents. Local MPs, Mayor of West Midlands have also objected on the notion that justification of the use of green belt within Forest of Arden Legacy is wholly based on flawed population projection data, which the ONS authority has been requested to review in order to put the matter right and in a proper perspective. In order to achieve a satisfactory outcome from the review of local plan and the re-examination of projected population data for Coventry, City Council has been requested over the time to adopt an approach to build first on brownfield sites, and if further need for houses arises, then consider green belt land. Allow me to put the following illustration. The local plan dated December 2017 advocates that the city needs 42,000 houses, minus 17,000 built under duty to cooperate rule, minus 6,000 houses on greenbelt, leaving 19,000 units to be built on brownfield, site taking several years to complete. May I put to the committee that the City Council has recently seen influx of high-rise flats containing several thousand flats for students, invariably putting back approximately 3,000 empty houses back in the housing market for use by Coventry citizens. Mr. Chairman, quoting the words of the most senior councillor who once said that I would never ever build houses on land painted green in the city of Coventry, thus indicating that there are enough brownfield land site within the periphery of the city boundaries which could fulfill housing needs of the city. Considering the Eastern Green through development, the number of houses being proposed with the boundary of Pickford Grange Lane, A45 and Eastern Green Lane adds up to 3,200 units. Whereas in the local plan dated 6 December 2017, it is set at 2,250. These large number of houses will have adverse effect on NHS provision, infrastructure serving the Eastern Green through education needs, recreation facilities, transport system, cycleway, drainage, buffer zones, flooding. The recently approved A45 Great Separated Junction will suffer congestion, traffic noise, air quality, and pollution issues. Mr. Chairman, to conclude, I wish to put to you and your committee, because for Coventry, the ONS population projections are flawed and are exponentially several times higher than for other cities in the West Midlands with similar demographics, has unnecessarily compelled the City Council to use the large number of historic Forest of Arden heritage green belt land at Eastern Green and Cursley through Green Belt, forming a green lungs for crowded urban area. There is a great interest for the residents of the city to get true predicted population data to be used in establishing the true housing needs of the city. That will also decide how much green belt land is needed. Therefore, I request you and your committee to reject this application until such time the review of the local plan on housing needs of the city has taken place. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jaswant. We now move on to Councillor Williams. Glenn, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the main reasons I voted against the local plan was precisely because I want to see the area of land we're discussing today remain as green belts, because this site is so important to local people. That's why this is one of the biggest and most important decisions that your committee will make, bigger than any in recent years. Mr. Chairman, it's no secret that I oppose development in this area, but I'm not here to be sentimental. My job is to represent local people and to support your committee in coming to the right decision for the right reasons. Therefore, we must go through the officer's report and put right some of the paragraphs, starting with the principle of development. Yes, it is true that this land is allocated in the plan for development, but the whole SUE is allocated for 2,250, and this is for 2,400. Then we're told, oh, this number is just a minimum. But that has never been said before, and that wording is not in the local plan. The very word allocation literally means to attribute or apportion a certain amount of a finite number. So this seems to be manipulating the English language, because if you follow that argument through, that means that all the allocated sites in Coventry could have as many houses as they want. Indeed, there is one application going to your committee very soon that's for 7 times its allocation. And if all the sites were to do that, you wouldn't need to build any houses here. It's also true that just because we have a site allocated for housing doesn't mean they have to be built. We have precedent for this now, because an allocated site on Brownshill Green Road for 15 houses has now become a prep school for public school and no houses built. So don't assume that because a site is allocated that permission must be granted. I also must talk about the warehouses. The areas of the site which have been allocated for warehousing will have such a bad effect on existing residents of Pickford Green Lane and the 2 houses which are directly on the A45. No consideration has been given to the existing residents, and you'll be hearing from them shortly, because this is so unfair on them. We have now learnt the hard way that warehouses and residential development do not mix. I'll say only one word, Mr. Chairman: Amazon. The trouble we've had since that warehouse was built in Allesley is unbelievable. Highways officers know this. We are constantly bombarded with emails and photographs of lorries parked in residential areas, driving and reversing in roads. And I was with a resident this morning in Kersley looking at the state of his road because of lorries, which, by the way, are disobeying the travel plan put upon them by this committee, which is why the travel plans and management plans are so meaningless and do not work. We've got footage of numerous occasions where lorries have been backed up on Coundon Wedge Drive. It's just chaos. So you put that onto this site, the access point onto Pickford Green Lane for this application is going to cause major problems. And if you know this area, you won't need me to tell you that this is planning to fail and won't work. It is bad planning and it is against policies AC1 and AC2. That transport presentation was simply nonsense. And in addition, paragraph 13.7 says that development will have a moderate impact on the landscape once any proposed green infrastructure has had time to mature, but that could take decades. So this report is a little bit disingenuous. Mr. Chairman, I probably require 15 minutes to explain why development here is completely inappropriate, but I won't push the boundaries today, and we'll come to my conclusion. I would love your committee to refuse this, and if you're minded to do so, that would be great. And you've already heard why this is against a number of our policies from other speakers. I also think it could be sensible and prudent to defer this application for as many months as necessary until we can have a review of the local plan, because the numbers just don't add up. We need to be asking how many properties are presently empty in the city? How many properties are no longer required by universities to house students? How many potential houses have got permission but have not yet been built? These numbers taken together with information from the upcoming census, which will give the most up-to-date figures, will show that this area does not require development. And a review of the plan also has cross-party support, including 2 Coventry Labour MPs. I also believe it would be fairer to the committee and to the residents if this were deferred until we can be back in the chamber and for an official site visit to take place, because a thorough site visit would require an hour and a half to be done properly, in my opinion. We don't need to rush this major application through on a virtual meeting. It is for your committee to make the decision, Mr. Chairman. The responsibility lies with them, not with the officers. These are material considerations for a deferral, and they would allow for your committee to determine this application on the most accurate and uncontentious figures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Glenn. We now turn to members of the public. And we start off with Mr. Rowlands. Mr. Rowlands, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This application is premature in the lifespan of the local plan. Coventry's local plan is very much guided by and based on growth driven by EU and non-EU immigration into Coventry. The ONS have today released their latest data. Of extreme relevance to Coventry's local plan is the data concerning the number of EU and non-EU workers in the UK. The ONS show that in their latest quarterly period to September 2020, when compared to the same quarter last year, this total has decreased from over 3.4 million to approximately 3 million, a decrease of over 400,000, or in percentage terms, approximately 12%. When this is taken with the latest ONS growth figure for Coventry of only 1.3%, it is self-evident that the ONS data that drove the local plan figures are grossly out of date, and the local plan should therefore be reviewed as a matter of urgency, and certainly before any irreversible planning decisions are made. This application shows in the diagrams that phase 1 of the house building is associated with the new access road from Pickford Green and not via the A45 grade separated junction. The planning inspector at the local plan inquiry was clear that no more than 250 houses should be built before the grade separated junction was completed. This is not what this application proposes. The application is proposing 250 houses within this development alone before the junction is required. That is not what the inspector laid down, which is 250 houses within the whole SUE. A closer examination of the staging process shows that the junction is tied to the commercial development and not the housing staging, which under the current proposals by the applicant could be built without the new junction ever being completed. Is this why the developers were so keen to push through a separate planning application for the grade separated junction, so at a later stage the junction can be removed from this application? In commercial terms, all profit for the developers comes from the houses to be built, not the grade separated junction or the commercial development. There is inappropriate timing. Even though this land was released from the Greenbelt and the local plan, to immediately build on it without utilising available brownfield sites is ludicrous. Further, the council has failed in its legal duty to maintain a brownfield sites list and has stated that the absence of such a list is immaterial to planning applications, as the availability of brownfield site is not relevant to planning applications. This is illogical. If there are brownfield sites that are inevitably in areas with better infrastructure than greenbelt sites, they should be developed first. This course of action has been proved to be effective in other areas of the West Midlands, as evidenced by the regional mayor's statements. The position of this development is also inappropriate. The major access to the site is situated directly on the floodplain, sites that are known to extensive flooding in recent years. There is insufficient information in the application to appease the concerns that this flooding will simply be moved upstream to areas already developed. In the alternative, this application should be refused as it does not accord with the development master plan put forward at the local plan inquiry. At the inquiry, there was significant discussion about the effect of traffic on the already congested local roads.
Okay, Mr. Rowlands, you've covered your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sir, we had leeway of half an hour.
We're moving on. Can you mute Mr. Rowlands, please?
30 seconds more, please.
No, I'm sorry. No, moving on now. Right, we're moving on to a statement to be read out by from Mr. and Mrs. Maddox by Suzanne, please. Suzanne, you have 3 minutes for that.
Thank you, Chair. Our view is that Coventry's local plan should be reviewed before significant planning applications are approved to avoid unnecessary risks being taken and to prevent the city and its infrastructure from coming under unmanageable pressures. We urge a more considered precautionary approach to this application and suggest that more detailed information and supporting plans are developed. We urge the committee to reject this application as it lacks crucial detail, fails to acknowledge serious risks and potential pressures as follows. Economic and environmental changes. There have been fundamental changes citywide, countrywide and globally since the last local plan was agreed. COVID-19 will adversely impact on businesses and the economy. Climate change challenges the city to reduce its emissions. Lack of progress with employment objectives of the local plan. Significant increase in numbers. The proposed increase in dwellings from 2,250, as agreed in the Master Plan 2017, to 3,100 for the whole SUE will have an unacceptable impact on highway safety, local roads and air quality in this area, currently one of the worst areas in the West Midlands. Plans for mitigation lack convincing evidence. The applicant's plans for modal shift of 15 to 19% are unachievable, and we cite Glasgow as an example of a 1.3 modal shift, which required a multi-billion-pound investment to achieve. Housing needs assessment. A HNA has not been carried out since 2012. This is crucial for determining the numbers and types of houses needed in the city. It is surprising that such a major development is being considered in the absence of this vital information. Impact on local NHS services. The application fails to recognise the serious implications for the NHS, despite the City Council being the statutory public health body. Formal comments from UHCW confirm they do not have capacity to deal with extra patients from this SUE development. We have asked officers to see plans that demonstrate sufficient capacity will be available to treat an expanded population. This has not been forthcoming. The local CCG and UHCW have been consulted on this development. However, neither mental health service providers or the ambulance services have been consulted. Lack of realistic traffic transport planning. Recent amendments to the application introduced two-way cycles, one Eastern Green to the city centre and two from the proposed development to Tile Hill Station. There are no detailed plans to support these proposals. The City Council acknowledges its intention to develop a rapid transport bus and cycle link through the floodplain of Juniper Park. There are no detailed plans for this in the application. Ownership of this land is still contentious and unproven, a fact highlighted at Planning Committee on the 20th of February 2020, which discussed a Village Green application. Despite a legal request to do so, documents proving ownership have still not been provided. Air quality. The city is subject to a ministerial direction of action on air quality in May 2017, relating to the Holyhead Road and local spine roads. Air quality will inevitably get worse with pollution levels from static traffic exceeding acceptable levels of particulates and NO2.
Thanks,
this
Suzanne.
clearly fails.
Sorry about that. So now move on to a statement. Again, it's Suzanne. Is it Mr. Peter Heath?
That's correct, Chair. Yeah.
You still get to speak.
Okay. So this is Mr. Heath's statement.
Yep.
Our objections are roads. Amazon added over 500 daily lorry movements to local roads, with lorries parked up on Camden Wedge Drive plus local laybys. This application must considerably increase traffic over roads not designed even for the current level of traffic. This proposal would increase traffic over Eastern Green Lane, Broad Lane, Banner Lane, Park Hill Drive and other roads as users seek rat runs around queues on main roads to the city centre. Parking on these roads already cause chaos and delay to services and vehicle movements. The proposal adds to these problems and creates dangers to pedestrians. Highways England raised concerns arising from previous consultation. Have these concerns been addressed? Public health. Holyhead Road is probably the most polluted in West Midlands. Increased traffic means many diesel vehicles will spend more time with engines idling. Residents will suffer increased asthma and other respiratory diseases. Members will knowingly accept increased health risk. The Area Health Trust has previously expressed concern about its ability to cope with any increase in population. This can only increase its inability to cope. Local general practices are oversubscribed. There is a severe and chronic lack of general medical practitioners. How can the population increase be catered for? Climate and environment. In June 2019, Coventry City Council joined in a declaration on climate emergency. If members consent to increase the emergency while expressing a desire to eliminate it, this is at best disingenuous and at worst extremely hypocritical. Consent involves removal of hedges, trees and grassland, which all help to combat climate change. Highly questionable predictions are made about a vast increase in the city population. When the predictions turn out to be wrong, they cannot be replaced. It is wiser to refuse permission for this development until it becomes clear that it is essential. COVID-19. COVID-19 will affect local authorities for years to come and upset predictions on many matters. Coventry City Council have said they will revisit the local plan in 2021, only weeks away. If that is true, now is the time to take stock and reconsider rather than press ahead with developments that could adversely affect the city for generations to come. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Suzanne. Move then on to Russia, who's reading a statement on behalf of Mr. Oliver. Russia, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I submitted my written objection to this application on 28 September 2020 through the Council's website. The proposal is old, being based on Coventry Council's local plan of December 2017. Unfortunately, since then, a substantial number of changes have occurred to the United Kingdom's socio-economic framework. These peaked in 2020 when the United Kingdom left the European Union and more significantly when coronavirus swept the world. These have resulted in substantial economic changes. There are now a reasonable number of predictions of a major stock market crash in 2021. It would have been sage for the Council to have installed its permission of major housing developments based on the local plan until it had been able to review the local plan in light of the dramatic changes since then. However, we are where we are. This is an application for the development of up to 2,400 buildings. I have previously objected to the Associated Roads Plan for FUL 2019-2671. Here, I highlight detailed aspects of my objections to application OUT 2018-3225. Number 1, the proposed development site is in a rural area without the relevant infrastructure. Local roads like Pickford Lane, Eastern Green Road, Hockley Lane are single carriageway country lanes. Houses nowadays have up to 4 cars, so let us assume an average of 2. This development would introduce around 5,000 cars a day to local roads by virtue of 2 points of vehicular access to Pickford Green Lane that the developers propose to include in their development. This is wholly unacceptable. Pickford Green Lane and connected local roads are entirely unsuitable to the new traffic that would be caused by this development. Number 2, local services like health practices and police would be overwhelmed by the extra work caused. I understand that the University Hospital has already objected to the development. Number 3, schools would be significantly affected. The developers have placed a primary school in the plan, but neither they nor the council have the power to start a school. This is misleading. Councils have lost the authority through several Acts of Parliament over the last 30 years. The children would be educated in the existing local schools, which would cause excessive burdens. Number 4, this application relies upon opinion in the local plan about the growth of Coventry, which is suspect. Analysis by Merle Goering was presented to the meeting of the Key Park Greenbelt Green Group on Wednesday, 27 November 2019 at the Hare and Hounds in Kersley. This analysis compared the Office of National Statistics ONS data on which the local plan is based and with other publicly available figures on such matters such as health service use, schooling data, and showed no correlation that would in any way suggest the ONS data is right. Number 5, the council need to look at the new second vehicular crossing of Slippers Side Brook, page 5, Eastern Green Environmental Statement Addendum of September 2020, to see what effect that will have on traffic flow and residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Usha. We now move on to Ian Farrar. Mr. Farrar, are you here with us? No, I can't get a response from Mr. Farrar, so therefore, Carolyn, can you read the statement for him?
Chair, it's Suzanne. I can read that for Mr. Farrar.
Okay.
It's okay, Suzanne, I've got it. Thank you. So, statement from Mr. Farrar, who's a Allesley Parish councillor. Allesley Parish Council and its residents universally object to the unnecessary, unwanted and unsustainable urban sprawl planned at Eastern Green, all of which lies within the Allesley Parish boundary. We continue to believe that the Office for National Statistics population projections for Coventry are wildly wrong. Therefore, development is not necessary. The serious flaws we found in the ONS statistics are now proven by academics, widely shared and believed, even by the West Midlands Mayor. Of all our Coventry MPs and are being investigated by both the Times and the Guardian, a formal complaint has also been sent to the ONS. As a national census will be held in March 2021, which is also the date the local plan itself is due to be reviewed, we urge you, the members of this committee, to defer this hearing until after then. Come spring, the predictably significant effects on our city's population of COVID and Brexit will also be clearer and are certainly relevant to this application. You must be 100% satisfied that the figures you base your decisions on are correct. The 2021 census results for our city will prove decisively on the ONS question. Why risk your reputations on the old fake figures? My fellow councillors, you should not and cannot be asked to take such a monumentous decision without having all of the up-to-date facts in front of you. Please use your judgment and apply the precautionary principle. We urge you to agree to a short pause, just a few weeks delay. This will provide you with the facts you need and protect you from making rash, foolish or very wrong decisions you may later personally regret. The evidence, the figures are wrong has been mounting for years. The alarms are sounding louder. Now the national press are already circling the story, and central government are getting involved. Don't take the risks, do the right thing, delay the hearing. That's the end of the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Carolyn. We now move then on to Mary Garing, who's going to be reading a statement from Mr. Cox. Marie, are you, sorry, Merle. Merle, are you with us? Hello, I'm calling for Merle Garing. Okay, there's no answer from that. So one of our support officers, have we got the statement from Mr. Cox?
Chair, yeah, I think Mr. Goering is in the meeting. Can we just give him a second? I can see him there,
Okay.
just in case he's struggling to mute.
Okay, well, unmute.
In the meantime, sorry. In the meantime,
I'm here.
Okay, good. You've got 3 minutes, Mr. Goering.
Thank you. Members, you need to ask two basic questions. Is this proposal and are these plans based on bad data? And two, how much traffic can you load onto the A45? Committee members need to check the population numbers themselves and not accept them on blind faith from ONS. ONS can make egregious errors. A House of Lords committee recently said their figures on migration were, quote, wholly inadequate, end of quotation. Savor that, wholly inadequate. The statistics regulator said the same numbers were, quote, potentially misleading, end of quote. I remind you that migration accounts for most of the forecast growth here. Officers and members can and should carry out their own checks on the numbers, just like you would check your phone bill or your bank statement. On A, these are the checks you can carry out. 1, the numbers of birth. Currently, they are falling far short of predicted by 1,000 per year. B, number 2, the numbers of deaths. People are dying faster than predicted, so we're losing people through the mortuaries. C, the numbers of students leaving the country after graduating from the universities. The universities have the data. There are far more leaving than ONS allow. You can count all these things and do the simple arithmetic. Officers and counselors should also ask a question about delivered housing. Where are the alleged newcomers living now? ONS in the mid-year estimates tell us that there are 54,000 more people since the census in 2011, but only 9,000 homes have been added to the stock, enough for about 21,000 people. So where are all the rest of the new arrivals living? 2 weeks ago, Andy Street and 5 local MPs wrote to the statistics regulator and challenged the ONS projections. Because of the doubt about the population numbers, which have been vetted by world experts, you need to reject this application, or at the very least, defer it until the regulator responds. About traffic, you need to ask officers how much traffic can be loaded onto the A45. The traffic assessments have concealed the true picture. They have not looked at the whole of the A45 corridor and the cumulative effect of major estates planned nearby at Eastern Green, Westwood Heath, Kings Hill, Thickthorn, and the traffic which will feed in from Kersley through the new Link Road. In total, from 13,000 new homes, all using the A45. It is already severely congested, already running at 104% capacity at Kenilworth Road and the A45 junction. The modeling from Eros, the big engineers, tell us that Stychel Island will be at 145% of capacity in 2029. This traffic hell is unacceptable for business, for citizens, for air quality, for children who have to breathe toxic air, and for poor beleaguered drivers of all kinds. For this reason alone, you should reject the application. Members have a duty of probity and integrity to examine the evidence themselves, to not accept bland, implausible assurances, and either defer or reject this application until they have done so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gehring, and thank you, Mr. Cox. Now move on to Aidan McNamara. Are you with us, Aidan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. We live on Pickford Green Lane together with our neighbours in Blythe House and have done so for 20 years. We've only got a brief time, so we're just going to raise our specific concerns. Our property is back onto the perimeter of the EM2 proposed employment sector in the northwestern corner, bordered by Pickford Green Lane and the A45. And I'd start by saying that we understand that the future demand of houses needs to be looked at, but it does seem like it needs to be reviewed, as there seems to be great differences with regard to understanding what true future demand will be. If you look at the height parameters plan document, which has been mentioned earlier on, we're one of the only existing properties, ourselves, Blythe House, and 2 other properties, which will directly neighbour this employment area. And the industrial buildings that are being proposed constructing on 2 sides of our boundary are going to be up to 15 metres tall. That's 50 feet. The effect of these buildings, they'll tower over us. And this is shown actually in the final vision planning documentation within the planning documents that have been produced. There's also going to be considerable noise and other polluting effects, and we do welcome the conditions raised requiring noise reports to be prepared at future elements of the planning. So the point raised in the planning officer report that the proposal will not affect the amenity of neighbours isn't correct. Nobody's asked us. If you look at the high parameters plan, you can see that in all other areas where the interface between the SCAUE and existing dwellings are limited to 8 metres tall. And indeed, the document states that this is so as not to dominate the interfaces with the green infrastructure and to achieve a sensitive yet visually dynamic perimeter to the residential development. Nigel earlier talked about the sensitive edges of the development and the amenity of his existing residents. Well, we think we deserve that as well. That would be a clear, sensible approach. And I can't understand why putting buildings 15 metres high beside us, overlooking us like that seems reasonable. Now, there is buffering which is suggested, The buffering looks inadequate. It's variously described as being anywhere from 14 to 30 metres wide. Well, which is it and where? The nature of the species, quite rightly, are all native species. They'll take 15 to 20 years to develop. They'll be deciduous, so they will have a partial visual buffering effect for 6 months of the year. We therefore ask that conditions are placed that the buildings which are going to be built up against our property should be limited, as they are in all other areas of the interfaces, to 8 metres. They should be set further back from our properties to limit the visual impact, and that the buffering must be clearly defined and reviewed in terms of its depth. All we're asking for is to be treated fairly and equitably and with due consideration, which we believe we have a right to, as do all other areas that would margin onto this perimeter.
Thank you very much, Mr. McNamara. So now we move to a statement to be read out by or from Mrs. Davis by Carolyn. 3 minutes, Carolyn.
Thank you, Chair. So Mandy Davis's statement is this: a monumental decision is about to be made which will affect thousands of people in this city, made by just a handful of people here today who have possibly already decided which way they intend to vote and just want to get on with it. I implore these of you to listen to the pleas of the thousands and ask themselves 2 questions. Can thousands be so wrong? And is it right that you have such power to ignore the facts, the science and the statistics that are skewed? There are 2 options open to the Planning Committee today. 1, the committee vote the development through, and when the evidence is proved correct, they will have to live with their decision, but we will have to live with the consequences. Or 2, postpone for a short while until the figures are revealed in the local plan review and then make a decision based on true facts. Please do not take the risk of ignoring the new data. It will have a lifetime legacy for this city, and we must not add to the long list of planning disasters made by the city over the last 75 years. There is simply no excuse. That's the end of the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Carolyn. And now we have a statement to be read out on behalf of Mr. Randall. That's Usher. 3 minutes, Usher.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to oppose the development of 2,400 houses plus warehousing and other commercial building. The main reason for this development is said to be population growth. There are many internet sites which all give conflicting information. The only unchallengeable published figures come from the census taken in 2001, 300,848, and 2011, 316,960. This is an increase of 5.36% over a 10-year period. It is reasonable to expect that the population would continue to grow at a similar rate, giving population of 334,000 in 2021 and 361,000 in 2035. The only website I could find which gave projection into 2035 is www.worldpopulationreview.com, which shows the estimated population in 2020 as 454,584 and the projected population of 488,516 for 2035. I would argue that the estimated population of Coventry in 2035 is overstated by 120,000. Several people have poured doubt on the figures used to justify this development, including the Mayor of West Midlands, Andy Street. Misinterpretation of trends can be used in many ways to prove what you want them to prove, particularly if profits are involved. The decision to allow building on land previously designated as green belt should be reversed. At one of the meetings I attended, I heard that the hope was that Coventry should grow to be one of the top 10 cities in the country. This would undoubtedly boost the ego of ambitious local politicians, but would not benefit the existing residents of Coventry. Solihull is now attached to Birmingham, and this development would bring Coventry dangerously close to the border of Solihull. I do not want to live in a huge urban conglomeration centred around Birmingham, and I think most Coventry people would agree with me. We live just off the A45 trunk road in Brick Hill Lane. When we moved here in the 1980s, the traffic was heavy but acceptable. It is now horrific, made worse since the opening of the warehousing at Lions Park and Amazon, resulting in streams of delivery lorries which block up lay-bys and slip roads to await their time slot for unloading. This causes danger on the roads, and the situation will be made much worse by the proposed additional warehousing. The 2,400 new houses could mean 4,800 additional cars on the road. The A45 could not cope. The intention is to build a grade separated junction on the land south of the A45 and west of Brickhill Lane. This is the thing which most affects my family. It involves a slip road passing in front of our house 18 metres, 59 feet away at a height of 6.5 metres, 20 feet. Our house is around 20 feet high. It is a dormer bungalow, so from our main bedroom, instead of looking over farmland towards a field containing 2 horses, we will be looking upwards to the top of the slip road and even higher to large lorries delivering to and from the newly built warehouses. How would you like a 20-foot mound of earth topped by vehicles outside your home? The intention is to block off the end of Brickhill Lane, requiring us to make a mile-long detour via Oak Lane to join the A45. It is unclear how recycling lorries and delivery vans will turn around and go back along our lane. We may have to install gates to stop them turning in our driveway and wrecking our garden. I understand that the 2 bus stops on the A45 near the end of Brickhill Lane, both eastbound and westbound, are to be removed if this goes ahead, and the X1 bus rerouted through the new estate. This would mean that the elderly residents of retirement houses in Oak Lane would have no bus service at all, and neither would we.
Thank you, Usha. We've come now to the end of that.
Thank you.
Okay, cheers. We now move then on to Steve Hartley, who is the developer or the representative of the developer. Steve, are you with us?
Thank you, Chair.
You've got 5 minutes, Steve.
Thank you, Chairman. The applicant, Hallam Land Management, or HLM, has worked closely with officers from across the council and with a wide range of other stakeholders and consultees to create this important scheme for the city. Following intensive assessment and scrutiny of the proposals, there are no objections from key consultees, including Coventry City Highways, Highways England, the Environment Agency, Natural England, Sport England, or from the council's environmental health officers, education team, heritage officers, or affordable housing officers. This application delivers the council's planning policies and vision as expressed in your adopted local plan. The application does not cover the full Eastern Green allocation site, as we've heard in the presentations, but does include delivery of the key site-wide infrastructure needed to make the wider allocation successful and sustainable. For example, the proposals would deliver the new grade separated junction with A45, which will serve as the main point of access, easing pressure on local roads. 15 hectares of new employment land, creating a range of jobs in different sectors. This will provide employment of at least 2,000 to 2,500 jobs. And the new primary school to serve the new community and relieve pressure on existing schools. This forms part of the wider social infrastructure proposed, including new local retail and community facilities, a new GP surgery and community hall, as was covered in the presentation. The construction process represents an investment of around £400 million and will create in the region of 650 new construction jobs. The proposals therefore represent a significant investment in the city's economy. This includes around 16 million of investment via the Housing Infrastructure Fund, a national government fund, which will be repaid and available to you, the City Council, for reinvestment elsewhere in the city. 136 acres, or approximately 40% of the total application area, is proposed as green or open spaces, including generous site-wide landscaping, incorporating play areas and new foot and cycle links within the site and connections to routes outside the site. Significant efforts have been made to retain and protect trees and hedges, as was also covered in the presentation. The site will be more accessible than it is now as farmland. The site includes a retained broad green corridor for the existing water courses running through the site. In designing the proposals, we've engaged with the Environment Agency and the lead local flood authority regarding a sustainable way to manage and reduce localised flood risk and take full account of the future effects of climate change. The applicant is clearly aware of local objections to the principle of development on this site. We consider a number of key points to be of direct relevance to the main concerns. The local plan sets a minimum quantum of development, not a maximum. The proposed quantum of development has been tested robustly regarding transport and traffic impacts, as well as effects on air quality. Development here reduces pressure for development on land in other parts of the city. And the site was removed from the Greenbelt by the City Council to enable its development for a mixed-use extension to Coventry. It has been prepared specifically to comply with the adopted local plan. A significant Section 106 package has been agreed, including investment in cycling infrastructure to help better connect this part of the city to the city centre and to Tile Hill Station, as well as provision for new rapid transit and other bus connectivity and other sustainable transport measures as required by council officers. In summary, the proposed site is allocated in the local plan for the uses proposed. The officer's report is clear that the scheme brings with it substantial benefits for the city and emphasises compliance with your planning policies, including affordable housing delivery at 25%, but also regarding air quality, flood risk, open space and transport policies. HLM is primed to bring this development forward to provide much needed economic growth and employment, creating a sustainable place which people are proud to call both work and home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Steve. I'm now turning to the Cabinet Member for Housing, Councillor Welsh.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just talk a little bit about the background of this and maybe address some of the things that have been raised from the contributions. For me, the most important thing about this application is that it was considered locally and that the views of residents were considered by the planning committee. The Conservative spokespeople you've had today, councillors that have spoke, have talked about delaying the application. That is not an option. It's not something we can do. If we were to delay the application, the developer could potentially go to inspector and have it considered there. My view was that we needed, and our planning committee needed to hear the views of people today, because that's really, really important. I think, you know, the challenge that residents have put today has been really good. I know that it's emotive because people are talking about the area they live and an area they care about. But ultimately, it's about putting those challenges to the committee, measuring it against our local plan, and seeing what can be done in terms of mitigation through the measures that have been suggested with 106 and so forth. I'm actually really, really disappointed with the Tories in that what they've done today is they've talked about local plan figures. They know that's not a planning consideration. They know that I've got a meeting tomorrow to consider a review of the local plan. I believe that they're trying to lead people down a path that makes people think that if we were to review the local plan, that this application would just disappear. And that isn't the case. If we were to review the local plan, applications can still come forward and they have to be considered. So, you know, that is the position with that. We have to consider them. There's no option. Otherwise, like I say, they can go to the inspector. And I think that's not a place that I want us to be in. I think in terms of what residents have said, you know, I do want planning committee to take them seriously and consider it. I know that our planning committee always do that. So I thank them for the due diligence and work they put into doing that. Like I say, I hope that residents are listening and understand that we are within a framework that the government set out. We are doing what we can to protect Greenbelt. This site was reallocated under our local plan, and that was done because the government made sure that we had the land to accommodate the housing numbers required for development. So I'm not going to play a political game today, but watching the meeting today, watching my meeting tomorrow, I hope residents consider that, go away and look at what their politicians are actually doing, because I think actually the Tories have done residents a disservice today in the representations they've made. But I hand it over back to you, Chair, for the Planning Committee to take on the material planning considerations.
Thank you for that, David. We now go back to Nigel. Nigel, are there any points that you want to pick up on from what's been said?
Yes, there's a few, Chair. I'll pick up a few and then I'll pass on in the following order to David Butler, who's Head of Planning Policy, to refer to questions about the sort of course for local plan review, ONS figures, etc. And then Neil Thomas to pick up a point about flood risk off-site being increased. And then Neil Chaplin regarding air quality, particularly about Holyhead Road, and finally Greg Payne or Colin Knight regarding the various highway points that were made by lots of people. But for my part, one of the figures I've written down, or the points I've written down, was how can we deal with the application for more houses than are in the local plan allocation? And the answer to that is the figure in the allocation is not a maximum. It's perfectly reasonable for a developer to propose a greater number of dwellings, subject to the impact of the increase being acceptable. Also, the onus is on the developer to demonstrate through reserve matters that a suitable design can be achieved with the increased numbers. So that's the one point. I've also got a note written down regarding that there'd be more than 250 dwellings accessing the SUE from Pickford Green Lane. If you include the other sites, if members recall the two sort of sets of fields I referred to earlier in my presentation, promoted by Piper Homes and Lagan Homes. Yes, that's a good slide actually. Oh. Yeah, well, while that's configuring, yes, that is true. That if you had 250 dwellings accessed from this application site, and the Piper Homes and Lagan Homes site were to come forward, there is a possibility there'd be more than 250 dwellings accessed from Pickford Green Lane prior to the grade separated junction being fully operational within the SUE. However, highways consider the impact upon Pickford Green Lane would be acceptable for the relatively short period of time that would occur, taking into account the money set aside for traffic calming measures to mitigate any issues. I've also put a note down about climate change that was referred to. I mean, inevitably, with a development of anywhere near this scale, there would be some adverse impact, but we do need to provide enough places for people to live and work within the city, and we can't avoid that basic requirement. The final point, well, second final point I've got down is why are the Ambulance and Mental Health Trust not consulted with planning applications? And the answer is that no part of the NHS, be it even the CCG or the individual trusts, are statutory consultees for planning purposes, but the CCG and Hospital Trust have proactively expressed an interest commenting on applications, and they've made the case that certain requests towards doctor's surgeries or acute emergency care can comply with the relevant regulations. In the case of requests for hospital trusts, there's a pending High Court case elsewhere in the country where the principle of such requests will be debated and a judgment made, but we don't need to worry about that one today. Neither the ambulance or mental health trusts have expressed an interest in engaging in the planning process with ourselves, but should they do so in the future, obviously we'll consider any requests they make through our pending contributions sustainable planning document that is being planned. The other point I was going to address was to do with impact on a couple of houses in particular. There was one relating to 1 Brickhill Lane, which is opposite the, it's on the picture you can see there actually, opposite the grade separated junction where it's to the north of the A45. And members may recall that this was sort of debated in some detail back in, I think it was May, when the grade separated junction application was brought before committee. And this proposal is obviously an exact mirror image of that. So that's obviously already been sort of looked at by members sort of previously with mitigation, with tree planting, etc. Regards Blythe House and other houses sort of adjacent to Pickford Green and the impact from the warehouses or employment land. Yeah, I mean, that's something which was looked at by officers when the application was put in, and we thought, well, these units are going to be too high. They were proposed for up to 24 metres right across the board, apart from under the wires, and that's been sort of wait for the slide to get through. There we go. That's the slide. So if you look at the northwest of the site, you see the sort of, if you look at the purple band, there's a dark purple. I'll try and request. There we go, dark purple. And then then you'll see a thin band of very light purple or lilac perhaps, and that's where the electricity wires are. And then if you go just beyond that, you get a kind of mid-purple. And this is the area which has been referred to as being up to a maximum of 15 metres. A couple of points. One point was about the buffer zone between that parcel and the houses. And the buffer zone at its closest point adjacent to Pickford Green Lane would be 30 metres. So that's runs parallel with Pickford Green Lane, rather. It doesn't run immediately adjacent to it. And then it reduces to 20 metres as it comes down around the Piper Homes site. So 30 metres at its closest relationship, and then reducing down to 20. But also, whilst that's in the employment parcel, that doesn't mean that buildings in the employment land will likely go right up to the boundary, because obviously with any commercial building, there's always, whether it's parking or service yards or whatever, there's various land associated with it, as well as some landscaping. So it's very unlikely that buildings would sort of extend right up towards the perimeter of that site. And in any event, the detailed relationship would be looked at yesterday. Would be looked at in reserve matters applications at the time. I'll pass on now to David Butler to talk about local plan review and ONS figures, etc., that were raised.
Thanks, Nigel. I think really kind of 2 points to raise around the plan review and the use of the ONS projections. Firstly, the ONS projections are embedded within the planning system. When we come to review, we will be required to use those projections. They form a fundamental part of the way the government asks us to understand our housing need. The most recent projections, which were released in June of this year, retain the kind of levels of growth that we saw in the 2012 projections used in the local plan. And so really, members should be under no illusion that when we come to look at a plan review, we will be needing to use those projections that currently exist. Second of all, and it's really just to reiterate the point that Councillor Welsh made, when we do come to review the plan, planning still happens. We're still going to have applications come into us, and we're still going to have to determine those based on the local plan and the NPPF. So to look to review the plan is perfectly fine, but it won't stop applications being determined in the meantime. Happy to take questions later on, of course. Thanks, Nigel.
So who's next, Nigel?
Next up would be Neil Thomas about flood risk offsite.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Neil Thomas. I'm Flood Risk Manager of Coventry City, and I am the officer managing the lead local flood authority that relates to this development site. In the first instance, we are satisfied that the FRA is appropriate for the site and risk is mitigated by the sustainable drainage and greenfield infrastructure. There is a reduction of runoff to the Slipperside Brook and the Pickford Brook, less than the existing discharge into these watercourses, and that is defined by planning conditions associated with the site. The Section 106 agreement ensures a coordinated and holistic approach to the drainage and flood risk management to suit the phasing of the development, and therefore we have no concerns about flood risk within the site. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Neil. Who's next, Nigel?
Next is Neil Chaplin about air quality.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just picking up on the point made about air quality, particularly on Holyhead Road. The applicants have submitted a detailed report that includes modelling of the air quality on local receptors and the local roads impacted by the traffic. The report has shown a negligible impact on all receptors except for Holyhead Road. What the applicants have done is taken into account the measures that the council are putting into place via the local air quality action plan. That's in response to DEFRA. What that has shown is that the measures that the council are putting in, along with the measures that the applicants are proposing in terms of modal shift and sustainable transport, produces a negligible impact on air quality on Holyhead Road also. So in that respect, we've got no objections. And what the report has also shown is that it doesn't affect compliance with the ministerial direction either. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. I think that, am I right, Nigel, covers all of the people that you wanted to add in?
It's just highways now.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot highways.
Yeah.
Presumably we go back to Greg.
Sorry, I'm going to speak on this one, Chair. It's Colin Knight.
Colin, you're here. Okay.
Yeah. So just picking up, number of speakers picked up on the impact on the A45. Just want to note that the assessment was based using the Coventry Area Strategic Model. It was based on the assumption of looking at all known developments, both within Coventry and beyond our boundaries. So just want to reassure members of the committee that the modelling has, taken all of those factors into account. What we have done working with the developer is to look at how we achieve mode shift, because that's a really important point in terms of curtailing the number of trips that will be generated by car from this site onto the surrounding road network. And as you'll see, there's a comprehensive package of measures there. It was raised earlier about are there examples of other areas where this is being done? The answer is yes, there is. I'll just mention them very quickly now, but if people want more detail, we can come back to them. But I can quote a site at Northstowe near Cambridge. There's a site there where they've got quite challenging mode targets, and one at Didcot, which has been in place for quite some time, and has again been very successful at reducing the number of single occupancy vehicles. I'd also offer the observation that the changes that a number of people are referred to, courtesy of COVID, will really help us in this. So the number of people working from home will make a big impact on trip generation and will help in drive the number of single occupancy vehicles down. So that's a big change. However, I do want to address the point that was raised about parking. I think it's very important to note that this won't be another Bannerbrook, as was mentioned. We are working towards revised parking standards. So this is not about trying to curtail car ownership by not providing adequate parking provision. The council's parking standards are now different. So, I think that's been enhanced since those days. In those days, national policy was to restrict parking in order to try and limit car ownership. That was a flawed policy and has led to the problems that people have mentioned. Since then, guidance has changed. Our own plans, local plan guidance has been aligned to that new national guidance. And so I can say that, we don't think that parking issue will arise. And as I say, we're not seeking to put those sort of choke points in that were referred to. The final observation has also been made of impact on the local road network. Greg mentioned about limiting access onto Pickford Green Lane once the new grade separated junction is in place through the use of traffic lights. I think we are very keen to make sure that traffic stays on the main roads, what's referred to as the key route network, i.e. the A45 and other classified roads. And part of the monitoring package, which is also referred to in the application, will include monitoring local roads and, if necessary, taking corrective action. But we certainly do not want to promote rat running through local roads. That would be something, as I say, that we'll want to monitor and, if necessary, take action to make sure that we don't promote local roads as rat runs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Colin. Nigel, am I to take it that now everybody has finished from your end?
Indeed, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. But it's now 3 minutes past 5, and so we've passed the 5 o'clock time for when we normally have a comfort break. And the next section is questions from members. So I propose that we now have a 15-minute break, well, a 17-minute break, and reconvene at 20 past 5. So on the dot at 20 past 5, and I believe that that now will be a card. I mean, a card will be placed on the screen to say we're now breaking until 20 past 5. Am I right on that, Carolyn?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, so break till 20 past 5, members and public.
Thank you.
So that's 5, yeah? Are we live again? Well, okay. Usher, do you want to find out if we've got all the councillors again, or Carolyn, or whoever?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so just to double check that all the members have rejoined the meeting, can I just do a roll call, please? Starting with Councillor Harvard.
Present.
Councillor Naim Akhtar.
Present.
Councillor Pervez Akhtar.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Lloyd.
Present.
Councillor Miggs.
Present.
Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Thank you, and Councillor Walsh.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. All accounted for.
That's fantastic. So now we go to the point of the Planning Committee asking questions of. Can everybody make sure their mics are? Everybody make sure their mics are muted, please, until they're called. So we now go to questions from the Planning Committee, and I've got Roger to begin with. Roger. Roger, are you with us still? If we have. Is Roger gone again?
Chair, he is in the meeting. I think he's just struggling to unmute. So if you perhaps want to go on to another member while we try and sort him out again. Thank you.
Okay, I can do it. As long as he's listening, that's the main thing.
You.
Okay, we'll go on to Pervez. Pervez, I think you were asking a question about modal shift.
Chair, Colin has already answered that question.
Okay. Do you have any other question to ask them?
Yes, Chair. I was slightly sensed by the local councillors, their comments on Coventry local plan and also on brownfield sites, and therefore I want to ask officers, please. I don't know which officers to ask, but anyway,
we'll start with Nigel, and then,
yes,
then go from there.
I mean, as far as I understand, our local plan was consulted, debated, also in chamber, and then it was approved by the national government inspector, and then it became a policy, and also our officers always tell us that their advice is based on national legislation of NPPF. So I just want to know from either legal officers, how vigorous are they when they advise us, or they take the legislation and local plan into consideration, and so also on brownfield sites. I mean, are there any brownfield sites big enough to accommodate housing need of our citizens? I mean, to every citizen in our city, and especially to us as councillors, I mean, Greenbelt is very precious, but this isn't anymore Greenbelt. It's taken out of Greenbelt through a political and a democratic process. So please, I think, I need advice on that. Where do we stand on this? And plus, I want to know from officers the overcrowding and the impact of COVID-19 on illness and death due to overcrowding in our city, and how big is the list we have, people waiting for homes or people who are homeless in our city. So if they can please advise me on these issues and concern I have. Thank you.
I think I'm right in saying there, Pervez, that you're asking officers to comment on things that really are province of political people. But
Unknown participant is now exiting.
But nonetheless, I'll turn to Nigel and say, am I right in that or wrong, Nigel? Is there anything you want to add?
Well, I think a couple of the points, Dave Butler, if you're okay to address a couple of them regarding about, I don't know, there was a point there about how stringent the local plan process was, or how thorough, and you know, if the site's definitely needed, as opposed to can we build all what we need on, you know, on brownfield sites. I mean, the only thing I would say before I pass over to David is that there is the way decisions have to be taken is they have to be taken in accordance with the development plan an up-to-date development plan in force in the area, unless there are material considerations to indicate otherwise. In this situation, we have a fairly recent development plan, only 3 years old. It's considered up to date and in line with the national guidance, the NPPF, and therefore the decision should be to approve the application unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So that's the general sort of statutory process. But I'll pass over to David in case he wants to add something about.
David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nigel. Yes, I mean, the local plan obviously goes through a significant amount of consultation with statutory bodies, public and so forth. And then there's a lengthy independent examination in public, and then an independent inspector with further modifications, another round of consultation, and then it gets adopted. So it's a very, very robust and quite lengthy process. So I think we can be satisfied that the local plan is, like I say, very robust and very, very thorough. The predominant weighting of the allocations are on previously developed land. So it is a brownfield first agenda in that sense. And we've seen development predominantly on brownfield land as well. 91% of completions last year were on brownfield, and 94% of everything under construction currently is on brownfield. So we know that we are using our brownfield land very quickly, but we do need greenfield sites as well as an option to really offer a wide range of dwellings for residents.
Stuart.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Completely agree with what Nigel and David have just said. But the other thing I just wanted to reiterate was that the review of the local plan is not a relevant material consideration for today for members to consider. What they need to consider is the application before them. So just want to emphasise that review of what is an up-to-date development plan is not relevant material consideration for today.
Okay, Pervez, do you want to come back?
Yes, Chair. Now. Thank you to officers. Now, another point I wanted to raise. I mean, again and again, officers emphasize electric cars and also having electric charging points. Will these houses, will they have solar panels on their roofs, part of the build?
Okay, before I ask an officer on that, I see that Tracy's hand is up. Tracy, I presume you wanted to say something about the earlier question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up the point that Councillor Akhtar raised with regards to numbers of people waiting on the housing list. And whilst it's not a material planning consideration per se, I think that it's important that that question doesn't go unanswered. And I'm advised that there is still around 14,000, in excess of 14,000 in total, with a couple of thousand in the highest bands, and we still have a high number of families, in excess of 300 families around about in temporary accommodation. So I just think that's important that members do have an answer to that question, but obviously it's not really material to this application, because the facts are the facts with the housing numbers. This is an application that meets the policy in the local plan.
Okay, thank you for that, Tracy. Now, Nigel, Councillor Akhtar's raised the second question.
Yeah, there was a question about, I think, solar panels and also electric vehicle charging points. Electric vehicle charging points often we simply have a condition dealing with electric vehicle charging points, which rather simply states provide one for each house on the site. In this case, we're doing what we think is a slightly sort of better approach, which is to provide an obligation within the legal agreement to make sure that all the wiring's in place for an electric vehicle charging point, and the house owner, the first house owner, when they move in, and which would also be applicable to future house owners if they were to sell it, would be given a voucher to purchase an electric vehicle charging point. The reason we think that's better is because if we just tell a house builder to put a charging point in, they'll put the cheapest one in on the market for obvious reasons. Whereas there's a wide variety of electric vehicle charging points, and each manufacturer tends to recommend, their own or a slightly different one that maybe works better for their type of vehicle. So we think it's better to do it that way. So that's the way we're dealing with that. Solar panels.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Okay, not sure if everyone can hear that, but I'll carry on regardless. Solar
Unknown
panels.
participant is now exiting.
Right, okay.
Can you start again, Nigel, please?
It's like a drive-through. Yeah, the solar panels. Yeah, sure. Regarding solar panels, they would be a sort of part of, I suppose, what we call a sustainable building statement, which would have to be submitted with each reserve matters application. So each developer of each phase would have to explain what they were doing to make sure that their phase was sustainable, and that would include various measures, but also cover things like renewable energy. So it would then, at that point, it would then be decided whether, okay, the solar panel's the way to go, or do they, build the dwellings to a particularly high, fabric first approach, or do they do other measures? But that's the point. It will be decided rather than at this sort of large outline stage. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah. So let me just ask that again. So this has to come back again for the kinds of houses that are going to be built, the design of them, and so forth. And at that point, purveyors can raise again solar panels. Is that right, Nigel?
Correct, at reserve matters stage. So there'll be lots of reserve matters throughout over the next decade and more.
Okay, is that okay, purveyors? Or do you want to raise any other points or come back? Purveyors?
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful to officers. Thank you for answering the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now we've got some questions from Councillor Bailey from Roger.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Oh, you're here. You can. Yeah. Okay, we can. Yeah. Ask away, Roger.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry about all this. I've got three questions, if I may, and one or two are relevant to what was said earlier. First of all, I wanted to understand the ownership of the community centre that they're proposing to build, both now when it's built and maybe after 10 years, because a lot of things seem to be on a 10-year cycle. That's number one. Also, I assume there's been discussion with National Express about the change of the X1 route and about putting on extra buses, and that there might be financial support for that. And if so, is that got a 10-year limit? Number three is about the cost and management of the electric car club. No doubt to garage the cars, I assume, to even buy the vehicles. Does that have an end date of 10 years? And if so, what happens after 10 years? That's my three questions, Chair. Thank you.
Nigel.
Great. Okay. Well, I'll take the community use. I mean, the running of the community building is not set yet. Bearing in mind it would be constructed within phase 4, so in many years' time. But we see it as a kind of really good opportunity for local community group perhaps to get involved and to perhaps take that on. But the actual detail of who would do that isn't being set kind of right at this stage, but would obviously become more relevant as development moves on and the community facility is closer to development. In terms of ownership, if the CCG, as we hope, build the health facility with community room within it, But they would be the freehold owner of the community facility, but they have no interest in running a community room. So they would look to, whether it's a local community group, etc., somebody to actually take over the running of the actual facility itself. I'll pass over to Highways to talk about the X1 and EV car club.
Colin?
Chair, yeah. So with regard to the X1, the answer is yes. There have been quite extensive discussions with National Express, both regarding the X1 and other local services like the 14A. So there have been those discussions regarding the diversion. There is in the sort of section 106 a contribution of 750,000 to improve the frequency of the service, and that's like a 78% apportionment that Nigel sort of explained earlier. So basically, the expectation will be that as the development builds out, as patronage rises because of that increase in population, the proportion of subsidy will decline until it becomes break-even and commercially viable. X1's a very strong service. It connects Solihull, Birmingham, Coventry, so it's a very strong public transport route. And we'd be confident that that will build the patronage up to support that extra frequency going forward. With regard to the car club, again, these are normally run as commercial operations. For instance, in the city, we're currently working with Enterprise, who run car clubs. It would be a commercial arrangement that would need to be entered into. But again, this would be a sort of partnership. There's an initial subsidy through the 106 to support the car club. But again, this is something that we would look to become viable in the longer term. I think one point to emphasise about the sort of the alternative measures pot and the flexible pot was referred to earlier, is that we have the chance through the monitoring to monitor what works, what is succeeding, where do we put that additional money to make sure that we get the biggest bang for our bucks in terms of encouraging people to use alternative modes. So there will be the opportunity to flex with these things, but my expectation in answer to Councillor Bailey's question is that that would become a commercial operation as the size of development increases.
Roger, do you want to come back on any of those things?
If I may, Chair, as regard to car club, Colin, if it's Enterprise, I know they're based in Coventry, I know they have Coventry operations. Would there be a need to base it in the housing estate? Because if we are trying to encourage people to use these, and surely convenience is going to be one of those plus points. So is the combination of you, Enterprise, looking to house the vehicles on site within this proposed housing estate? Thank you.
Colin?
Yeah, to be fair, Chair, that will be a matter of detail going forward. I think as the proposal stands, there is provision for a major mobility hub based at the district centre, but also smaller hubs spread throughout the development. So it's conceivable that, to answer Councillor Bailey's question, yes, convenience is important, and yes, I would expect those cars to be spread amongst the other hubs as well. So I think we'd obviously want to look for a reasonable spread to ensure ease of access across the development.
Okay. Roger, do you want to come back on anything?
That's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Naeem.
Thank you, Chair. Almost every speaker, including the ward councillor from Bablik and Woodland, have cast doubt figure of ONS. I can remind all those people that the local plan was prepared by our officers using data from the Office of National Statistics, which is, I believe, an independent body, and they are only accountable to our parliament, and they are very independent. And our officer used that data. Doesn't matter if it was wrong or right. It wasn't the council's fault, so you can criticize us. That data was used, a local plan was prepared, and was sent to the Secretary of State for Housing, which is a Conservative member of Parliament. And he approved the local plan. And in my opinion, if the people have any doubt on the local plan, we as a planning committee cannot adjudicate the local plan here. The best place for that decision to adjudicate is a Supreme Court or High Court. And we all know that we have one of the best judicial system in this country, and we have a very top-class barrister out there who can help them challenge this local plan. This forum is not to challenge the local plan. We are here, as our solicitor has kindly reminded us, that we can only focus on this planning application, which is front of us. And we always do consider all the planning application to the best of our local knowledge and the guidance from our officers. Chair and all my fellow committee members, you may remember that every single council meeting, the members from Bablik asked the question to the cabinet member for housing, the why council house the homeless people in the two hotels which are in the Bablik ward. The Bablik ward members should know this. There are a high demand for the housing. That's why council, because we have a duty to provide a shelter to homeless people. So that was the reason the council actually placed people in the hotel. And now we have seen the same members within the petition when the council or the developers are trying to build more houses for our city. I'm very new to Coventry, but my knowledge and my research tells me that existing houses on Eastern Green and the part of Kearsley are on the land which one upon a time was a green belt. And our forefathers, 100 years ago, have made a decision, a very difficult decision, to use those green land to build the houses for us where we can live comfortably and raise our families. So this is my statement, Chair. I don't want to waste your time. But my question is to the Nigel about the affordable housing. I'm very disappointed that developers always try to get around the planning loopholes. I mean, we would like to see 25% social housing for rent, not the 10% for the sale or shared ownership. Can you please assure us that 25% will be just for the affordable housing for rent, not for the sale or the shared ownership? Thank you.
Okay, through you, Chair. Shall I take that one? I can't hear anything.
You're muted, Chair.
My apologies. Before I come to Nigel, I would say that most of what Naeem had to say was a statement, obviously, you know, when it comes to the development plan, obviously, you know, he was very much into defence of that, and of course, when we come to affordable housing, that's what it basically says, I think. And certainly, I would concur with him that it would be lovely to see all of them for rent, but I'm sure that Nigel is going to say exactly what I said there, that, you know, the percentages are the percentages. Nigel.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to beat about the bush with this one. I'm not going to pretend that all 25% will be or could be social rent. The policy says what it does in terms of the split percentage, and the applicant has not quibbled the percentages in the policy and has agreed to them, and they'd be delivered as such. Simple as that, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Naeem. And then just an aside for Peter Mayle, pointed out that the chat is for planning members only, but this is the planning committee. It's not the council meeting. It's not questions to whoever. Our members can make statements if they so wish, and that's what I will allow. I'm coming back then to Naeem. Naeem, do you want to come back on that?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. David.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mrs. Bennett read out a statement from a resident about an hour ago, who said that UHCW have objected to this proposal. I can't see, excuse me, I can't see that in the documents that I've read. Is that true? Yes or no? Has UHCW objected, please? Thank you.
Nigel.
The University Hospital Trust requested a contribution to, towards acute accident and emergency healthcare. So if that contribution wasn't to be forthcoming, then they object that the applicants agreed to that contribution. Therefore, they don't object. Hopefully that makes it clear.
I think, yes, I think, Chair, I thank Mr. Smith. Actually, I just a simple yes or no. I've got a straight answer for which I'm grateful.
Okay, thank you very much for that, David. Gavin.
Thank you, Chair. My point has been raised and covered by Colin previously.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Catherine.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of comments and a couple of questions. The employment parcel land, do we have any conditions that we can set about the usage due to air quality and the environment? Because this seems to be a plan that will evolve over a long period of time. And it is a very large development. And I'm not sure why we have a mixture of employment and housing. I could guess, but I better not. Secondly, the 106 monies, the timeline for the usage of those contributions. In the past, we have seen issues with developers, and now that really is a concern for me, that they won't all come to fruition, and therefore, like the school, like the community hall, we're expecting other people to be involved in those decisions. And I'm concerned that this will all come back to the developers, and it will make for more housing, which I'm sure it would come back to planning committee. Also, Mr. Hartley says no objection from Natural England. Natural England did not have the resources to comment, I believe, on this application. I believe it's Coventry City Ecology that did. So those are my concerns, Chair, and thank you.
Okay, cheers, Nigel.
Okay, regarding the employment land, this site is not just allocated for housing, it's allocated for 15 hectares of employment land as well, and both are seen as very important. In terms of what employment land means in terms of uses, in jargon terms, they're listed as kind of B1 research and development, as opposed to offices, light industrial, general industrial, and B8, which is warehouse distribution. That's all part of the allocation within the policy, within the local plan. So that's what's been applied for, and it accords with that policy. In terms of timings and triggers for payments, now the draft legal agreement is, it's 900 pages long, and there are numerous triggers and all sorts of things for different payments, whether that's for whether that's to do with the school or whether it's to do with healthcare, highways, etc. And they've all been sort of held in discussions with the various people, such as the education department, the highway department, etc., etc. So they won't all be, obviously it will be staggered, because a developer couldn't pay £50 million in one lump sum before they've built any houses. But it would staggered according to when the infrastructure is required, and obviously allowing in some time for the development of said school, etc., to be provided. If there's anything very specific that you'd like to know about a piece of infrastructure, I could dig something out without the legal agreement, but I won't go into any other details of them just this second, because otherwise we'll be here for probably over an hour just talking about the triggers, unfortunately. Regarding Natural England, your comment's correct. Natural England, not just with this application, but most applications, they haven't got the resources to comment on individual applications at the moment, so they defer to the local ecologist. So CCC Ecology have commented on the application and raised no objections, subject to some detailed conditions. Hopefully that answers the questions.
Catherine, does it or doesn't it?
Well, not really with the 106. I've seen the development on New Century Park and what's been happening there, so not happy about that. But I'll move on, if that's okay, Chair, to another question.
Yes, please do.
Okay, West Midlands Fire Service, no objections subject to conditions relating to water supplies for firefighting and ensuring roads have a carrying capacity of 15 tonnes for fire tenders. Have we sorted that problem out? Or that condition, or are we making it a condition?
Nigel?
Yeah, through you, Chair. That'll be dealt with as the actual detail of the layout of all the parcels will be dealt with at reserved matter stage. But as quite commonly with the fire service, they tend to list various points from their procedure notes, and it's more appropriate for it to be dealt with as an informative, because those sorts of issues are kind of standard and have to be built in. But what we do is when we get layouts, we do make sure, obviously, that fire engines can get around and get within, 45 metres of all buildings and that kind of thing. But at this stage, they can clearly get into the site, whether it's the junction or Pickford Green Lane, and then the internal road network will be sorted out at a later date. And the spec of the road would be obviously dealt with through the relevant highways legislation as well.
And water supplies, Chair?
Through you, Chair.
Yep.
Yeah, the water supply that's dealt with. The water supply, I believe, is dealt with through the building regulation regime, and it's not something that we put conditions on in terms of providing, duplicating legislation, if I can put it that way. But water supplies would have to be supplied clearly, but it's a requirement of other legislation rather than planning system.
Are you happy with that, Catherine?
Yeah, just one more, if that's okay.
Yep.
I'd like to ask Colin Knight, actually. It talks about the air quality, in here, and do we really think it's realistic to expect people not to have cars? Because I noticed what the developer has changed his plan, make the place probably to shove more houses in it, really. To rather than have places for cars to park. But I know they've got other things that they've stated that they've done towards making it a more green and air quality place. But I just don't know that that is realistic, not to have places that people won't just work at that building on the site, will they? I'm just a little bit concerned about that, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, before Colin comes back on that, and Nigel, that is something I wanted to raise as well, kind of thing. We were told that suddenly it slipped in matters to come. I mean, I thought the numbers of houses, the density of houses, the design of houses, and the numbers of roads, designs of roads, and so forth, that those would actually come back to the planning committee for decision. But I mean, within this meeting, I think Nigel, you said that they would come back as reserve, that they would come up again as reserved matters. Now, which is true?
Sorry, Chair. I'll try and explain that this development would approve the overall quantum of development, so a maximum of up to 2,400 dwellings.
Right.
So when various reserve matters come in, they wouldn't be allowed to put more than 2,400 dwellings on the site or attempt to. But when reserve matters are put in for, say, I don't know, phase 1, for instance, which has a capacity of, say, up to 250 dwellings, if you work on a density of 38 per hectare, if the developer needs to demonstrate through their reserve matters layout that a suitable design that meets the standards of the design guidelines for the SPD, which are pretty detailed, can be met. Now, if it turns out that they can't demonstrate that 38 dwellings per hectare can meet the design guidelines, but they can at, say, 37 or 6, then ultimately they'll get 37 or 6 dwellings per hectare. I'm not saying they won't get 38, but I'm just making the point that they do have to demonstrate that through the reserve matters stage. And this application simply it provides the outline parameters for what has to be, assessed into whether that's for transport infrastructure or how many school places we need or how much money has to go to hospitals and all that kind of stuff.
Nigel, I can't remember a time when planning committee has simply said of a piece of land, yes, you can build, X number of houses on that, and hasn't wanted to see drawings of what the houses will look like. I mean, in the development plan, it says, for example, that we are short of 3 and 4 bedroom houses, and so therefore it would like to see, a lot of those built. Now, we haven't had before us today the kinds of houses which will be built and so on and so forth. I mean, are you saying that those decisions will not be made by this planning committee?
No, I'm not saying they won't be made by this plan. Well, I presume by that you mean today.
I don't mean by today. I mean,
ever.
Will it be coming? Yes. Will it be coming back? And again to the planning committee to say, right, okay, here is the proposal for what will be built, and where on this on these plots of land.
Yeah, absolutely. So what will happen under the usual scheme of delegation? Any application where there are 5, either a member call in or there are 5 comments contrary to recommendation, come back before planning committee automatically. And one would assume if you have an application for 250 houses, that sufficient people would be, commenting on that. Whichever way. But I'd like to reassure members that the board figure of 38 dwellings per hectare might not mean a lot to people, but it is the kind of density where the vast majority of dwellings would be housing. Yes, in the local centres, there'd likely be a few, flats above shops and things like that. But the residential area is limited to kind of 2.5 story, and therefore it will be very much top heavy in terms of residential properties, with mainly, I would expect, kind of 3-bed housing, but there'll be a fair bit of 4-bed housing, some more. Yes, there'll be a mix. There'll be the odd smaller one, but we're generally talking about family housing here. We're not talking about blocks of 1-bedroom flats or tiny little terrace properties at massive densities. And so hopefully that will give some sort of reassurance.
Okay, that's good for me to know in a way that, and I'm sure, as you said, that as these proposals come forward in their blocks, then there will be people who say, I'd like it to come to the planning committee, and then we will therefore have it before us. That's good to hear, because then I suppose people can ask the sorts of questions that they are asking. Because, for example, somebody said, why can't we have solar panels? Somebody else has said, are you trying to design out cars? Will there be parking spaces, etc., etc., etc.? all of those, of course, questions might be asked or will be asked, I'm sure, when these different plots come before us again. Catherine, do you want to ask anything more from what you've been saying?
Not really, Chair, but I'm grateful for your indulgence. But Nigel, we do need to be looking at what our homes are being made. That's part of the climate change and all of the things the Chair just said. I hope we have some participation in it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Nigel. I also had a question come through saying that Stuart, who's our legal representative, had his hand up for a long time. I looked and I saw Stuart's hand up a long time ago, then it went down again. It hasn't come up since. Stuart, did you want to make a point?
No, Chair, all I was going to say was the community facility, thank you anyway, the community facility will be subject to a separate reserve matters application anyway. That's all I was going to say.
That's a very important point, I'm sure.
All right. I was just providing additional information to what Nigel had already appropriately said. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Right, I'm looking now to see if there's any more questions from members of the Planning Committee. And I see no questions. So therefore we come to the point of decision making and the recommendations. And the recommendations are that we grant planning permission subject to the conditions that are listed, and so on. And there is also a delegate authority to the cabinet member in consultation with the chair of committee to agree any amendments to conditions and any 106 triggers set out within the report which are considered necessary. So those are the recommendations, and I'm now going to go through and ask each member individually what they wish to vote on this. And I'm going to start with Councillor Pervez Akhtar. Pervez?
Yes, sir. 4.
You're 4. And in this little list I've got, I don't seem to have Naeem, but I'm going to ask Naeem as well. Naeem?
4, Chair.
Okay. And Councillor Andrews isn't voting on this because he's declared an interest. Councillor Orlock isn't with us. Roger, Councillor Bailey.
Against, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kelly isn't with us. So Councillor Lloyd Gavin.
4, Chair.
Councillor Mix Catherine.
4, Chair.
Councillor Skinner David.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that we need more housing. I'm grateful for the very careful explanations by officers, but on balance, I vote against. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh, Seamus.
4, Chair.
Okay, and I am 4. Have I missed anybody in this list? No, I haven't. So that then, therefore, is the recommendations are passed by a majority of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes to 2. Am I correct in that? Carolyn?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
Absolutely correct. Okay, thank you so much for that. We now move on to outstanding business. There is no outstanding business. And we move now on to any other public business. And yes, I suppose we do have one, and that is Tracy. See, this is Tracy Miller's last meeting, the head of planning, Tracy. Tracy, this is your last meeting. And so therefore, I think that, it's appropriate that people might want to say something. And I can start by saying I've really, really enjoyed working with you over these last few years. You've been, not just a really nice person, but also very, very helpful and a joy to work with. So, members, Pervez.
Chair, I second that. Absolutely, she's very pleasant, a very nice person. I never seen her losing her temper with us. Although we have been annoying us so many times and occasions. And I want to say thank you to her for all she done for our city. It's a very different city, when she came here. So much development, so much regeneration, so many jobs. Proud of her, and I wish her all the best and good luck.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, Tracy, I am really sad to see you go. I shall miss you. You have never failed to answer anything that we put to you, whether we do it from a standpoint of planning committee or as in a councillor in our own wards. And I knew that this was coming, and I'm just sad to see you go. You are a loss to Coventry. Thank you.
David.
I echo precisely what Catherine has just said. Very sorry to see Tracy go. Very, very best wishes for her future. Thank you, Chair.
Naeem.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to see you go, Tracy. All around, can't find any fault. You're a very professional and very kind human being. For the last few years, whenever I email you, you reply to me promptly. And thank you for that, and wish you all the best for the future.
Alan.
Thank you, Chair. I am still here. I've been watching on YouTube. A really interesting committee meeting. We seem to lose a good officer every planning committee at the moment, it seems. I can't say much more to what colleagues have already said, but Tracy is a huge loss to the authority. I thank her for all of the advice and help she's given me over the years, and wish her every success and happiness in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Seamus.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that to Tracy, every best for the future, and thanks for everything you've done for Coventry. Bye for now.
Councillor Welsh. David.
Yeah, I think a lot of nice things have been said about Tracy. It's all true. Tracy's always been very, very supportive and responsive before I was a cabinet member, but I think the bit that I can add is that since I've become cabinet member, Tracy really has been there, and she's guided me, supported me, and I just thank you for the work that she's done, and I do wish her the best for the future, and I look forward to seeing what she gets involved in next.
I see that Gary came up, but Gary, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, Chair. Yeah, still here, diligently listening in. Yes, I'd just like to add my thoughts to those of other committee members and as well. Really, it's always very sad to see a good officer going, but obviously you do so with our very best wishes for the future.
Thanks, Gary. Gavin.
Thank you, Chair. Tracy, yeah, it's not fair, really. And let's be completely frank, as the baby, as the group, and completely clueless coming in, had a very good understanding now. Too many policies in my head. Thanks for that. And on top of that, you're the only other person I know that likes ice hockey in the council. So you've got me spirit. Thank you for everything. Cheers, Tracy.
I think anybody else that wants to contribute?
Yes, Chair, if I may.
Oh, please, Roger, I'd forgotten you. Come on, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'd just like to put on record to thank Tracy. She's always replied to my email. She's always been supportive. She's always tried to find an answer. And that, you don't always get that. And I really appreciate it. So I want to wish her the best and thank her. Thank you.
Okay. And Tracy, before you shoot off to the Bahamas or wherever, is there anything you want to say?
I don't really know what to say after that. Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed working for Coventry for the last 6 years. I've seen lots of changes in the city and it's been really, really good to be part of. The committee's always been really supportive, and I can't remember which councillor said I've never shouted at you. and I wouldn't ever shout at you all. However, sometimes frustrating I find some of the questions, but you know, we're here to help as officers. I hope that when I started at Coventry, you appreciated the biscuits, and I'm so sorry that the last year, or this year, the 2020, has meant that we've not been able to continue with our biscuits at Planning Committee.
Oh, I know, I know.
Perhaps when we start to have, or you start to have meetings, I'll pop along with a box of biscuits for old time's sake. But I will be keeping an eye on what's going on at Coventry, because I have really enjoyed my time whilst being here. So thank you very much for all your comments. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tracy. Look after yourself now.
I will do, thank you.
And Rob will introduce you next time. Don't forget about the biscuits. Okay, so I think, yes, and David's asking about the biscuits too. But I think that's it then. So that concludes today's meeting, and thank you all very much for your attendance.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you, Chair.